Couple minutes break. That's the wrong button. Couple minutes break. And a few here. So we'll do what we have to do. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Better late than never, you know? Like, an hour late for YouTube, hour 45 late for Twitch. I was able to get some work done this morning. Unrelated to streaming, obviously, but I was able to get some work done. So it wasn't a total write-off on the day. So that's the good news. But
Woohoo!
It was still like a lot of a write-off. A whole lot of a write-off. But, you know, it is what it is. So, my question to you, chat. How was your morning? Hopefully less noisy than mine. Hopefully less noisy than mine. Something kind of wild happened. I have a couple of videos on YouTube that use like roller coaster tycoon music because they're from that game. I just got a bunch of we're gonna take your monetization strikes from a company I don't recognize that are just claiming the in-game music from Roller Coaster Tycoon. So I'm just gonna like unmonetize them and not worry about it. That's my decision. Because these have 45 views and they're from 10 years ago and haven't received a singular view in over a year. So I think maybe the best course of action there is to just hit mute. But that really sucks for anybody who like has bigger videos that use those musics. Good morning, Sandshrews. Hello, Rolf. It's good to see you. Raging Cave, Stone, Seashores Wall. Hello, I already said Raging Cave. Tibe, hello, Rolf. Thank you very much for the 45th month, by the way. Bahatoth, good morning. I will play your game at some point, I swear. Devilish Potato and Pol Mao and, or Mo, and, Drakensoul. Thank you very much for the 31st month. Xylium, thanks for the 27th month. No Mold. It's good to see you at Kenton. Hello. Elfie Bean, good morning. Cajun Bard. Ruby Squeakbird. And, if it wasn't immediately obvious, I am skipping the record sequence at the start, which is why I redeemed the duck. And we're also live on YouTube, so Walker Loco's here. Shall we commit the fastest start of dwarfing content in the last 2 years? I went for a walk and got coffee. That's what I did. Like, it was super loud in my apartment. Also, Abe, it's good to see you. It was super loud in my apartment. I was like, I don't want to listen to this. So I was like, I'm going to go get coffee. And we went and got coffee and got back right as he was finishing, so. No. I talked to him for about a minute about my hi-fi setup because he was curious about my amplifier, and then showed him where all the pipe access points were in Omald, and then I went and got coffee and got back and he was done. I did not say any of your clever lines, nor did I like tell him anything about Mario or what I do for a living. So sorry to not be fun, but sometimes I have to be professional because it makes your life difficult if you're not. And no offense, but I didn't think it was that clever. Profound sadness, well, you know, permeates within human existence. Devilish Potato, it's good to see you. Hold the chosen duck to the camera? It doesn't cost me anything, though. It was either that or just turn it off, and people be like, why is it off all day? And so I figured I would just redeem it. I choose rat. Because I don't want to get up to grab a duck. I assume so. I don't know. For all I know, he could have sat cross-legged on the floor on his phone the whole time while I was gone. But, because I wasn't here. I literally, like, walked out the door and went and got coffee. Ratty McQuack. All right, so we've got that done, that done, that done, that, and that. breaking the routine is fun sometimes. I don't know, man. I feel like somebody just put my brain in a blender. Like, everything is, like, topsy-turvy now. I'm kind of pissed off. We did that Minecraft thing yesterday, and now that it's done, I was like, do I have the itch? And so I bought Vintage Story and installed it this morning. I don't know when we'll play that. Not today. Probably not today. Anyway, I bought Vintage Story and installed it this morning. And somebody took my username. And so I'm sad.
No, 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 no! No!
Literally unplayable.
No!
What a monster. That's all I had to say. I needed to get that off my chest. All right, so as you can tell, there's been some fights recently. Everything's fine. I talked to Suited Giraffe about how it runs on Linux. I was able to install it and turn it on and then close it because the plumber arrived. Nomald, go ask Suited Giraffe how it runs on Linux. And it chaps your ass when you find it taken. Yeah. No, I get you. There was like a hot second there where I felt like emailing the developers. Then I was like, you know what? No, I'll just settle. So I have a different username. That's fine. It's fine. The thing is, I have a suspicion as to why that happened, but it's okay. I mean, it runs natively, so I don't know. But I like I said, I literally played like 90 seconds of it. Anyways, so the difficulty for this fort is set on hard. As you can see, the moods are very good right now. Everybody's very happy and cheery. This is with mist generators, by the way. I've turned the difficulty up to hard, so the worst season, we got like 4 sieges in one season, and that was this past summer. 2 goblin sieges and 2 goblin sieges, a goblin ambush, and 2 goblin sieges, a human siege, and an elven ambush. There was also a raiding party, and I'm not sure if that was part of another siege or not. So technically there's still a siege happening, but they are retreating. So I'm not too worried. At least I think they're retreating. That or they're just waiting to get to the nearest gas station so that they can ask for directions. Or they're stuck. Regardless, we're going to go kill these dudes. Now, the fortress itself is probably going to fall because of this. And I'm kind of building it. No, not that. I literally went with my old way, Devilish, which is just put the word Phantom in front of my name if somebody took my name. So I'm now Phantom Blind, which it's unique, and it's not the real Blind IRL or anything dumb like that, because I don't have any intention of playing online. But Diamond, Pulley, Darut, Flurf McMurph, Cannonball. Who else is here? Shion. Corey Fancy Pantsy. Portum 5. Moreb. Emily. If you want to check in on your dwarf, you can go to legends.blindirl.net or type an exclamation legends in the Twitch chat. Because a lot of dwarves have died. There's Doomed Hammer. We've got Loki, who's here. We got Founder, the bookkeeper, who almost died in that last siege. It's very close. We got Phagotosis. We got Jess. We've got Crub the Grub. Snail. Kage. Sober. We got Dragon. The Queen is still alive somehow. We got Fearful the Child, and I think that's everybody. So if you didn't hear your name, assume you are dead unless stated otherwise. And as for the fort, things are pretty badass, I have to say. Like, The actual setup is pretty rad at this point. The bad news is, like, there's just kind of a lot of baddies everywhere, and they're not very friendly. We're also, like, actually, hold up. Basically out of bolts after that last siege, so I need to send all these Mark Dwarves home. I am also just completely ignoring all Forgotten Beasts because they can't get into the fort anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. I'm also going to go down to here and unforbid all of this. And just make sure that the burrow is off. A lost intern wants beers. I approve. Honestly, after like the whole plumber thing this morning, so do I. When I moved in, it was like a week after they did the pipe cleaning last year, so I didn't have to deal with it last year. So this was my first time having to deal with it. Like, it's fine. It's just part of living in an apartment. It's just a bit annoying that they couldn't do it on a Monday, which was what I requested. I was like, can we do it on a Monday? Then it won't bug me, but as it sits, it's going to bug me. Why am I getting text messages? What's happening? All right, let's jump back to this dwarf, who is leading this charge, and let's go to where those goblins still are, which is all the way the heck over here. And hopefully none of these few remaining dwarves die. Because there's almost none of them. Shed a tear for those who've been lost along the way. Oh, and trust me, there's been many. There's been many. Yesterday we built many different ways of overflowing lava, which will hopefully be as exciting as bloody possible. Okay, so that's thankfully 4 down. So far, so good. I can just unforbid all that. Now we're just moving on to the last 2. How's the plumbing? I've got to let somebody into one, or I have to let the plumber into the next unit, but so I'm waiting for a knock on my door. But aside from that, it's done in my unit anyways, which is good. Just a little bit annoyed that they couldn't do this all on a Monday. I like how there's 2 just behind the hill and they can't see them. All right, can we move down and take out the remainder? All right, that is the last of that siege. I'm going to just grab all of these squads and tell them to go train, because that's quite literally all that we need. This is all running, and let's get you watered up. So, I guess I should do a fort tour, hey? Currently, the fortress is this big enclosed volcano. We've got lots of power generation down here, and in order to keep the dwarves sane, we've had to resort to mist generators. So I've got one over here on the barracks, one over here on the tavern, and then one down here in the entry-exit. So that's how that's sorting out. This is the area where stuff's getting melted down. This is where we store ammo, and as you can see, everybody's gathering bolts post-siege. Over here is where all the corpses go. These dwarves are all our dwarves. Like, let's see if there's any named ones that I recognize here. Nobody immediately is named, but these bodies are just going to get burned by this. This is a lava geyser that I put together after the last siege, or before the last siege. This right here is a method of just simply filling up this one level, which is proving to be quite efficient, actually. I'm quite happy with how this turned out. I had to put an emergency plug down here because a previous siege thought it would be a good idea to bash a hole in this wall right here. Thankfully, I was able to just grab some buckets and fill that in, so I will fill in the rest of it. It was just a little bit annoying that they, even though it's, you know, funny that they tried to suicide drain my my moat. It's not so good that they tried to do that to my moat in particular. So how was your morning, chat? How's your day? I'm like completely thrown for a loop. My whole schedule is messed up and amiss, and I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this, but such is life, you know? It's such as the life of living in an apartment. Sometimes you just get inconvenienced, but it just means that you don't have to do it yourself, which is, you know, kind of nice. It has its positives. You're out of it today? Well, join the club. I think that this fort's going to end this week. I'm just not sure what day specifically it'll end on, you know? It's going to end on one of these days. I don't know which one. It'll either be today or tomorrow. It's going to end. Just don't know when. Got tons of crap that needs to be melted. It turns out that just putting these grates everywhere made out of glass is actually, like, proving to be very beneficial because it distracts all of the building destroyers, and they just sit there and break grates, and, like... Oh, some more migrants have arrived. And instead of, like, attacking the fort, they just, you know, sit there and break all of the grates. And honestly, I'm kind of here for it. Some of those were made of metal, which is interesting. I must have gotten those from a destroyed trader or something. I don't... Okay, what's the ghost that's flapping around? We got Dubar and Rovad. Okay, so Dubar's the... Oh, no, that's not a ghost. That's that's just an outpost liaison. That's pretty great. Yeah. That's done. Work has been a metronome of busy and not busy, and you're having a weird not busy Wednesday. Well, I guess that's good. You gotta enjoy the quiet days when they happen, right? Even if they're, like, suboptimal in a lot of ways. You still gotta enjoy them. There's Jangles. So the other thing I gotta do is I gotta reassign all of these squads. Like, that is priority number 1 at this point, as far as I'm concerned. You're done. And as I've stated previous times, I am not being even remotely picky about who's going into what squad. Just, if you're a dwarf with 2 functional hands and 2 functional feet, you're probably ending up in the military eventually. And that's just kind of how we're running it. Which keeps things interesting, if nothing else. And it seems that you should be full armor. Let's maybe go down over this way and unforbid a bunch of stuff. Okay, let's maybe just unmelt a bunch of stuff, because they can't equip it if it's been set to be melted. Otherwise, I just need to make boots and gauntlets. There we go, that helped. Still need to make boots, though. Why am I getting a phone call? I should have taken today off, but that's. You don't feel like death today, so you feel like you can breathe correctly and well again? Well, that's good. What does so easily broken mean? They're just depressed. If a dwarf says so easily broken, begone fear, it's like a way of like saying, I give up. There is no chance. We will never survive kind of deal. You know, it's like a dwarf slowly giving in to the inevitability of death and damnation, etc. That's what that means. But not feeling like death is good. Your left hip and both shoulders are really awful. Everything else is just tender and or creaky. Is that because temperature changes? I woke up this morning, like, not sore, but I woke up, like, weirdly early. Because, like, I become, like, a nocturnal rat in the winter. And then in the summer, I become a morning person. Often. Just simply because, like, I don't know. Sun's up earlier, and it's nice. So... And also, in the winter, what's it called? Daylight time just completely demolishes me. So yeah, today we're just going to be waiting for sieges and hoping that they are as bad as possible. And I'm curious about how effectively this fortress is going to be able to withstand this, if at all. I don't know what the end result is going to look like. I don't really know if we're even going to make it, so I guess place your bets here now, folks. Standard time, yeah, not daylight time. Standard time, like daylight savings winding back destroyed me every year, so now I don't have to do that anymore, which is nice. Okay, how fully kitted out are these squads now? Still working on it. We'll let you just go around and pick... Oh, gosh. Here we go again. But they seek a parley, so I guess that's good. The enemy have come and are preparing to lay siege. They seek a parley. The enemy is commanded by a human named Zakosp. Depressed Smash. Sorry, that name's funny. A competent commander, I'm sure. Beware their heavily armored, skilled human lashers. Well, you can absolutely knock their blocks off if you take a moment to be reminded that bald lunches. If you take a moment to be reminded that this is a crowdfunded channel. Primarily, my income comes from people who subscribe to this stream and help keep the channel funded by using things like primes and bits and tips. So if you want to help me knock their blocks off, you can do that by using a Prime sub at twitch.tv/BLINDIRL. I desperately need to get everything dealt with from the last siege before I deal with that one. So that's a little terrifying. Thades, thanks for chucking a gift at Sergeant Donut. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for Thades? Thanks for checking out the gift. Appreciate you, man. But yeah, I will be honest. I'm a little, I'm curious to see if we can survive this fort today, because it's gonna be something. It is going to be something. Although I do need to keep an eye on like how much ammo we have here, because I'm sure most of these dwarves are just hauling ammo, right? That has to be the majority of it. Like, the vast majority of it. I don't even know where this dwarf is going. Probably all the way out here, I would guess, then? Based on the distance. There's Emily. Well. I've got an engineer who's stumbling around obliviously. I'm sure that's fine. So what do you think, chat? Is the fortress going to fall today? Slash, should the fortress fall today? Can we keep it going for another day? Do you even want me to keep it going for another day? I think that, like, the best day to start a new fort is patch day. And it seems like Tarn's gonna patch the game soon. But, like, with that aside, I think this fort would be really dope if I could hold off these sieges for a little bit longer and then make it to the underworld. But they're being pretty rough at this point. Give me a 50-50 odds. I think the odds are like a 64 to 35 minus 0 to 1. Minus 0.5 to 1. There we go. Actual math that works better. Well, we're about to get hit by ads. I'm going to see if I can cram in some more coffins back here. It's kind of the whole idea. We can burn the bodies from the last siege while burning the bodies from this siege. Since the dwarves are just putting away stuff, dealing with corpses, etc., I'm just gonna let the game run for a minute. Well, that's a different question. That's true. The difference between can it and should it. The devlog, you suggested that folks add other quality of life improvements that they would like little amphibian whispered in your ear that they'd taken some suggestions from it and implemented them. You can't hurt to pop over there and add your suggestions. Can we just pop them here and then get you to just send them directly? I don't know, what are the most suggested things, I guess, is my question, actually. I just want to be able to reorganize minecarts. That's... Like, I just want sorting. I want to be able to sort by name for minecarts, either like by number or alphabetical or something. And I want this menu to remember this option for furniture and separately for constructions. So if I go to build a floor, maybe it'll remember mica blocks. But if I go back to furniture, it'll remember a gold chest. Because it's just annoying every time it happens, basically. But I'll just let the game run. But chat, what quality of life improvement would you like to see outside of the ones that Tarn highlighted in the devlog? Oh, also add a "Are you sure?" pop-up when you go to delete the squad. Like, when you click this button, there should just be like a, "Are you sure?" Yes, no. Are you sure you would like to delete the squad? Don't ever state that DFHack is doing something when suggesting quality of life. Like, it doesn't even need to be caveated. It completely defeats the entire purpose. Hold on, I need to respond to this. Oh, for the love of God, please give us a search function in the Advanced World Generation menu. Please. I always forget about that one. And then whenever I'm doing any kind of Advanced World Gen stuff, my brain just starts to melt a little bit. Some other Forgotten Beast has come, it's fine. Don't worry about it. What do I have for bars? Zinc bins. Let's just do zinc bins. Zinc bin. Okay, I have to go AFK for a second, chat. I will be right back. I'm sorry. But then I'll be done for the day. I just put my phone in airplane mode and I'm ignoring everybody in the building for the rest of the day. See that beast over there? Forget about it. Yeah, just don't even worry about it. You know what I think is really interesting, actually, when it comes to that blog post that Tarn made? Is the fact that there's so many comments, specifically like on my like YouTube feed, because I reposted it on the YouTube feed as well. There's so many comments from people asking, is this also coming to the Steam version? Like, how long is it going to take for people to realize that the free version and the Steam version are the same game and are not, like, feature separated in any way? Or is that just going to confuse people forever? Because I like that, it's so perplexing to me. Yes, ignoring people. Precisely. I did tell them I'm going to put my phone into airplane mode because, like, there's a building group chat and they're, like, communicating about who's going into what unit next, and, like, I just got a call from somebody else in the building, like, asking what order they're going in, and I'm like, I'm not even supposed to be here today, guys. Like, I specifically said in the email, like, I can't. I need to work. I need to be streaming. I'm already an hour and 45 minutes late. Like, I can't really do more. Yeah, and that's, like, 3 seasons. Bert, like, so few seasons. So few seasons, it's ridiculous. All right, so I don't know how many bodies have been burned because a lot of them have been burned. I've got a lot of dwarves that are still very green, especially in the military, especially in the melee squad. So I can't really afford to do dumb things with them, but I can get them all into full armor, so that part's good. So let's just get them swapped out right now, and then back to training. Very fast, too chaosy? I'm not familiar with what that is. I feel like I got an email about that because the name sounds familiar. There's too many fonts in the title of this. Oh! Is this the game that got sued, or not sued, but got like a trailer DMCA'd by Microsoft? This thing? I feel like there was like something in this got like content ID'd by Microsoft. Unless something is something else. I might be thinking of something else actually now that I'm looking closer at the dirt. Yeah. I bought Vintage Story this morning. So Minecraft, but really small blocks. Okay, so it's like the opposite of Duplo. You are starving. Well, that's not good. Are all the dwarves hungry? Or is it just that dwarf? It's got to just be that dwarf, right? Yeah, nobody else is hungry. Why is that one dwarf starving? What the heck's happening with that? All right, let's get dwarves into the burrow. And dwarves like you are running real far, so we'll just let you complete this jog. Holy fuck, it's Christmas. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. It's very tiresome to keep track of the terrain. Makes sense. I got paid to play Minecraft last night for a sponsorship that Twitch is doing, and then decided to buy Vintage Story. That's what you missed, Diamond. Please don't meme that too much. I probably am, I don't want to like get in trouble with a thing, you know, for promoting the wrong thing, because there is like an exclusivity clause. It's kind of interesting. There's like an exclusivity clause with that deal where like if you accept it, you can't do any sponsorship deals for similar games within 2 weeks, which isn't uncommon. Like that's not abnormal or anything, but you know. Only after the check paid out? Okay, so the 14th of next month. I need to wait for all these to get put away for a bit. We're just like putting bolts back away. If you assign specific military weapons, it shows a list of equipment. If the game would color the... Oh, I know. I have another thing. Actually, you just reminded me of something else, Eurus McDwarf in YouTube chat. There used to be a button in the military tab of every dwarf. Also, I wonder if I can trade during a parlay. If I can, I should wait. I'm going to see. I really hope I can. I thought of another quality of life thing. In older versions of the game, you used to be able to click on a dwarf and go to the military tab, and there was a list of squads that they weren't in, and you could assign them to a squad by just clicking on one of these. I want that back so badly. Because being able to, like, read the description of a dwarf and see that they're want to master skill, and it's like, oh, you're perfect, and then you just go grab it, is so much easier than grabbing this, opening this screen, and then manually selecting them from the list. It is so much easier to just, like, click the military and just add them. Because that used to be in version 47, and I thought I was like Mandela affecting myself for a while, and then I went and checked, and no, it was actually in version 47. All right, let's see if we can actually get traders. Because that would be so nice. That would be so nice. Also, I'm going to see if I can get some weapon traps set up. Let's just... Done. 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 Kinda don't want the bows in there. But oh well. This is how many dwarves are currently putting stuff in bins. Like, most of the population. Great natural places of the world. It's not one you get very often. Also, I think I'm actually going to cancel those. I just want to put items in bins. That's all I want to do. Just put items in bins. Okay, looks like we're all caught up. Just need to get those built. Pretty terrible, but is to be expected for this fort. This is supposed to be like a war-torn disaster, and it's kind of working. It's working. Maybe a little bit too effectively, but it's been fun. I'm having a good time. I think Chad is too, so I call that a win. I also need to get rid of this. And then the one below it. Well, that's good. I'm making so many bolts. So many bolts. And then once you're done, we'll also do that. But yeah, Great Natural Places of the World is one that's a little weird. I don't actually... I wonder how you would even, like, succeed with that. I always just kind of put them into, like, exploring squads, like squads that aren't going to go start wars, but maybe are just going to go, like, acquire artifacts and stuff. I assume that, like, the only way to satisfy that would be to put them into an adventurer party and take them on a long walk. But I actually don't know how to satisfy that one, and I can't say that I ever have. You spent way too long in World Trend trying to figure out what produces your perfect archipelago world. You know, honestly, I think two other very good quality of life features that probably wouldn't be that difficult to implement, if I had to guess, would be a regenerate defaults for Advanced World Gen button. So you don't have to do the rigmarole of deleting files to go back, like just regenerate defaults. And also just more presets, like an archipelago world, like the basic default world. You know, like just a couple of weird worlds that are all playable, but very different than the normal world layout, you know? You know? Like, you could spend, like, a day in Advanced World Gen and just get, like, 4 or 5 different playable parameters that are very different from the normal World Gen, but also very easy. Also a goddamn reset button. Like, just set this back to default. Because I don't know why I broke it, and now I have to go delete a bunch of files to make it work again. Is a little bit annoying to deal with. Okay, so... Are there even any tasks to put items in Tomb? That's absurd. There's so many jobs. Let's just get rid of the make rock blocks jobs for the minute. Let's keep the smelting of native ore. We're going to keep those construction jobs. How's that strange mood doing? Probably badly if I were to guess. There's strand extractor and leather worker. I guess you just don't have any leather workshops. Doesn't surprise me all that much, but this is becoming a sober fort, chat. I didn't plan for it to be, but here we are. Search bar on work orders. We get a typing. I remember Putnam was saying that she wanted to implement like folders and favorites for this in a call once ages ago. I don't know if that ever, I kind of don't think that ever came to fruition in any real meaningful way, but.
Ooh, tuning back in after being away on a business trip for the entire month. What new fort is this?
Hopefully it was a fun business trip. What new fort is this? So we're not producing any food at home or farming at all. And the result is everything is hell. I currently have the difficulty set to hard. We have no alcohol. I have no way of making alcohol, I don't think. And actually, hold on. Let me just check something. Am I positive I don't have any way of making alcohol? But it's called Violent Hunger to fit the theme. If you Yeah. Well, okay, apparently I have some fisher berries and some strawberries and some ratweed. Where's this? Oh. Okay, how is that right there when there's literally nothing there? Anyway, so if you would like to see the absolute absurdity that is this fortress, you could go look it up in Legends at legends.blindurl.net. But yeah, basically, I'm not producing any food at home. That is the gimmick of this fort, if you will. And now you want skeletons. Well, it's a good thing there's like one alpaca in the fort that I can butcher. Minecraft, I bought Vintage Story. So that's what the aftermath of Minecraft was. You missed your computer and your games, but also you miss being in Germany now? That's fair. Where are you normally located? Out of curiosity. Like, is that a very far distance for you, or is that, like, you know, closer together than I would imagine? But I don't know if you've looked at all, Kazul, but Tarn low-key announced procedurally generated workshops and wizards the other day. And then a minute later was like, by the way, I'm also, like, changing how bins work and doing a bunch of quality of life UI stuff. Yeah, Tarn quiet. Like, go to bay12games.com/dwarves. Like, here, just as a real quick catch up, because this fort is chaos. Let me just zoom in a little bit so I can read. The two things that Tarn quietly announced. Things have been afoot in Magicville. I spent some time on magic populations of people and the infrastructure we need for that. A world can now have an earlier civilization where everybody has links to one of the procedurally generated magic forces and use effects more freely than lab using wizards of the fort mode era. That sort of thing is in now with the relevant objects generated by Lua, which means it's moddable. The next chunk of time I spent working on labs since Jacob provided 300 images of lab bits for me to use. The game can now construct images of workshops supporting a variety of different vibes, from botany to rune carving, orbs and mirrors to necromancy to brewing and alchemy to scrolls to books and lightning. And we've kept them a standard 3x3 tile size to make them manageable. So that's all coming soon, as well as some minor animations for them. Then he's working on some usability issues for the next patch, which is coming up soon, much sooner than the other one. I've changed how bins work on the trade screen so that you can select items by clicking on the bin and then uncheck items if you want to remove a few, rather than the other way around, which was weird. You can also click anywhere on the entry rather than having to click the checkbox. There's a list of accepted building petitions for temples and guild halls now, so you can remember them and check your progress. And more information is shown in the location lists about religions and guilds and petitions. Traders now bring properly sized clothing, including proportional amounts for any oddly shaped long-term residents and citizens. They also bring more finished clothing. I've made clothes wear down more slowly, added tooltips when adding new workshop tasks to show the product and required materials. Like, yay. I don't get bothered by the trade bid thing, but that's just because of years of, like, having it beaten into my head that that's just the way the game is. So, I don't mind it, but it's not something that's, like, gonna change my life or anything. We'll see once we get in there. As far as I can tell, that second post that he posted is gonna be out, like, soon, TM. The other one is, like, still a ways off, but maybe like sooner than later, if that makes any sense. Man, we really just like out of tombs? Is that where we're at? I guess so. Or like all of the dwarves just like burned to death instead of there's just so many bins, I guess. Store owned item. Okay, let's go to work orders and then say melt a metal object. Four shops max. So we'll lower down the number of shops melting metal objects because there's too many objects that need to be melted. And all of this is just bolts getting put away, but we need those, like, desperately. I think I'm just gonna forbid everything that's outside. Except for the bodies. Let's see what that changes. Let's see where you're still heading. Yeah, I actually, this is probably just me being a weirdo, but I kind of don't fully understand why people complain about the Dwarf Fortress user interface as much as they do. Like, there's some elements in it where I get it, like it's kind of non-responsive, but like, as somebody who just plays a lot of weird niche indie games, like, it's very usable. Like, could it be better? Oh, absolutely. 100% it could be better, but like, I don't know. People talk about it like it's like the worst user interface they've ever seen, and maybe I'm just Stockholm syndromed into not fully getting why certain, like, elements that people complain about just baffle me a lot of the time. No, certainly. It's like, it's kind of mid, you know? For a game like this, Kizzle, it's just kind of mid, but it can always be better, right? The Craftsdorf has created a Gucky Lilzon, a donkey leather sandal, and offers it to the starvation of gluttons. Okay, well, Duke, you can have a sandal. Singular. Is it? Okay, never mind. It's too valueless to maybe give it to you. This is a donkey leather sandal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with garnet, rectangular smoky quartz and oval pink garnet cabochons. It is encircled with bands of donkey leather, copper, and teakwood, and rectangular obsidian cabochons, and this object menaces with spikes of alpaca bone. On the item is an image of an octahedra in pomelo wood. All right, well, that I will simply throw into one of these workshops. And by workshops, I mean library. I think like being able to reorganize every menu by manual and just better search functionality and sorting. And yeah, I'm kind of with you, Lucio. I don't see any put items in tomb options, but a lot of dwarves are still putting stuff in bins. Okay, let's just lock this and that. And let's pull you, and then just deny this parlay. Because the dwarves are all stuck inside now. I mean, what are you hauling? Storing owned item. Okay. Well, wish us luck, chat. Wish us luck. It's time for a big vile force of darkness. They're humans. They're largely unarmed. Thankfully, they'll be pretty squishy, but we're going to miss alcohol for another year. Another year of sober dwarf begins here. I'm not gonna lie, if I did get traders, I might just confiscate all of their stuff immediately at this point. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like, the things that I would do. for maximum burnage. Hello, Asori. How are you? We are going to get hit by ads in a minute. So I will pause the game when the ads hit so you won't miss anything. Now, where are they going? I swear, if they just go punch through one of these walls, that'd be really funny. Especially because it's actually pretty easy for me to fix, it turns out. I just need to, like, build this, put this drawbridge down and then go dump a couple buckets of water into it, but... If anything amazing happens, clip it for you. Well, you gotta tell chat to do that. I'm sure there will be something that happens. I don't know if it'll be amazing, though. Oh, wow. Okay, so they are building here from the looks of things? Okay. Well, let's top off the moat then. But I will wait for the ads to finish. Yes, Suited. Also, Suited is the one that you need to talk to about Vintage Story running on Linux. Not me. I will pause once again when the ads hit, because the ads are about to start. It literally says starting soon. Also, I'm just going to go use the toilet, because it's an ad break. Good time to do that. I will be right back. All right, 50 seconds left on the ad. Perfect. It's also available in Flatpak, which seems to work just fine, and that's all I did, Suited. All right. Chat, now's the opportunity for you guys to all just post the biggest vile force of dorkness that you got. And we're going to find out how these humans are going to do. I mean, they are trying to simply dig into the fortress. And I am going to simply tell my Marks dwarves to go stand right there and see what happens. Because it seems that they're just trying to ford the moat, if you will. I'm curious as to what they're building here. Are they building another stair? Oh, that's not going to end well for them. All right, let's send you and you down here as well. Because they are trying to go around the top and the edge. Yep, nope, they're trying to build over. That doesn't seem good. Well, good news is they're bleeding a whole lot and running away, which seems to be what you want. If they just split, that'll be pretty funny. Not gonna lie. There's also all those guys on that side trying to just make a beeline for the front of the fort. I'm just gonna do this and lock the doors on the front of the fort. And if that dwarf continues to walk out of the fort, then oh well. Cool, he runs back inside as I would want. You do that, you do that. And you do that. Let's wait for that to shut, because, yeah, they are coming for us. Out here, are they still coming up? They seem to have changed their mind about how high up they're going to go here. Hey, chat, come on. We can get a bigger Vile Force of Darkness. Literally 3 of you posted, and 2 of you are mods, and you don't count. So that's one of you that's not a mod, and some of you that is not a mod. If you are lurking in the chat right now, and you happen to have access to Vile Force of Darkness, could I please get a big Vile Force of Darkness? I mean, how else are we going to survive this horrendous siege? Also, Melville here is having a rough week from the looks of things. All right, Melville, we'll open the gate and let you out. There you go. See, even YouTube chat gets it. Now you can go back in. Now I can close that. No! No, kiddo! What are you doing? You numbskull. Was expecting the kid to get squished by a bin or by the bridge, but nope. Well, that's good. So where are they now? Moving their way this way. Surface is doing its thing. We've cleared up that area for the moment. It'd be real cool if they just kind of ran away. Be real cool if they did. I'm thinking maybe I should have put a drawbridge down here on this side. There's still ways I could do that, but I could totally... I would kill a dwarf if I did it, but I could totally give them an entryway from this side, but put another geyser on the back half of the fort. Bunch of dead humans on the wall. So, Chad, have you guys done any forts like this where you've just kind of turned the game up to hard and just said, all right, let's see what you can do? Ooh, this seems to be sketchy. If I open this, that's not going to go the direction they want it to go. It's kind of looking like they're planning on digging directly into the fort that way. Okay. What if I turn you on? Start spilling over the top. Just make the whole moat erupt, if you will. Because this is 7 deep right now, and now it's spreading out over here, which is going to deepen it. Not super quickly, but it will deepen it. I can also close this and turn on this, which will even faster erupt the volcano. This would be an impenetrable super fortress, in my opinion, if I didn't have to worry about food. Food is kind of like the Achilles heel to this fort at the moment. Okay, so you're still draining. And is it starting to overflow yet? Haven't really gotten much. Should probably actually turn this side off because this is too effective is the problem. What I really, actually, you know what I need to do? I need to add a redirect for this top half up here. Maybe like an additional one that just goes to over here on this side from that lower end. That's really all that we need. That is really all that we need. I do have to say thank you to those of you who've tuned in so far today, though, for the early start. Yeah, it looks like they're digging. Well, what do you think, chat? They're digging in. What do we do? What do you think we should do? This is me trying to wake the chat up because you guys are so quiet. There's a siege happening, and I have to wait 5 minutes before somebody speaks. And the only reason they speak is because Clockwork Dragon is kind enough to gift us up. Thank you very much for checking us up at Pseudonym Spike. Appreciate you, man. Get them in front of them and tunnel up. Are they even still digging? Seems like they kind of stopped. I really wish this would overflow faster. I really wish that this would overflow faster. Let's get this done so that we can continue pumping this in to try and finish filling it quicker. Uh-oh, something's burning. Bodies up on the surface from the looks of things. Are the humans attacking us now? This is the 4th time they've attacked us. So now, yeah, for a while. I think that they, were one of the, like, they started attacking us before the goblins started consistently attacking us. So, yes, to answer your question. But this isn't a super new thing from what I can tell. I think maybe weapon traps should go around the edge of the bottom. Oh, that's perfect. Please keep doing that. Please keep doing that. Please keep going that way. Please keep going this way. Yes, yes, yes. Please keep going this way. That's absolutely what we need you to do. Please just, yes, the direction you're going right there. That's perfect. Yeah, keep doing that. More of that. We should return the favor. I kind of can't. Because I'm getting attacked so many times per season, it just threatens... every time I send the dwarves out to go attack the enemy, or any of the other factions, I'm basically just gambling with my ability to get back in time. Because if I get back and there's an enemy sieging me, then I lose half my squad because they come in single file, right? So I kind of can't actually return any favors as much as I would like to, because that would be nice. The game's actually made the timing of that very difficult for the moment. Purely because, like, no matter what I do... Oh man, I really hope I manage to make them surrender and scatter. Let's lock that. It's just another human down there on fire. Stealth squad heading out. They can't stealth back in. Getting out is easy. It's getting back in that's hard. If I had more control of like when they could come back or return, then sure, I would absolutely be invading them, but because I have so little control over that, it's actually quite difficult. It kind of looks like they're retreating, but I can't tell. I can't really tell. So this goes all the way down to here. I could just make another entrance through there. Yeah, no, they are super duper duper not leaving. They're just regrouping. Most of them are back here even. I'm gonna go up top and turn that off, because this is still open and this is all full, which is what I wanted. So let's get that done. And then this side is off. Yeah, they're regrouping. No, not really. It's more just private property. Beware of dog, except dog is just a dwarf on all fours that looks mad. It's just a dwarf named Dog. Solid. No, I don't get paid anywhere near enough to be a dom. If I was a dom, I would be living in like a nice little mansion. I wouldn't be streaming from a condo. It's a better pay rate. It's the reason people start in OnlyFans, right? You want to play this game, but the UI is making your head hurt? It sounds like you're overthinking it, mate. Also, literally every patch comes with updates to the UI. So if the UI makes your head hurt, then, I don't know, take some Advil before you play. That's my advice. Or maybe drink more water. Maybe you're dehydrated. Are for folks that don't have air conditioning? I mean, that's my life. I only own, although I don't own plural fans, unless you're counting computer fans. Then I have multiples. Otherwise, I only own singular fan. And it's plenty. I just kind of put it like right next to my computer when I'm working in the summer, and you guys hear a low hum, and I go, I don't care. You can suffer. Not my problem. So we're just waiting for this to bubble back up. I think I'm going to redirect this. Because basically I need you over there. Actually, no, realistically, I need it like... I need it on the other side. I need it like over here. But what I could do... I could do it this way. I'll see how much of this I can actually build. But I also don't have air conditioning, so just an FYI. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to there. I'm going to dig down into here. Going to go across. Going to dig down to here. I don't know what'll finish first. This project here or this siege? Could be either. Could very well be either. But the idea is to pop out right here. And then end up here. That's the idea, at least for the moment. So let's see how far this way I can get. Can I... It's all under this, which will be annoying to dig through. I've really, like, accidentally, maybe not accidentally, I've really, like, made my life fucking difficult as hell here. I didn't need to do any of this way, but it's the way I've done it. What if I go from here? I mean, yes, I do only own a singular fan, so if you want to be like specifically grammatically correct with this entire discussion that I'm not entirely certain the point of, yes, singular. Okay, so let's see how much of that we can get done. And I also need to dig through this. So the idea here is I could smooth through this right there and essentially just blast like a jet engine of lava out a crack in the wall right there. That would be the idea. I'm not making a hidden passageway to different parts of the fort. I'm specifically making a geyser shower that I can just enable and disable at my whim. That is what I'm doing. Let's go south. Obsidian, glass, glass. And obsidian. And I will go stairs and build one up to there, just so we can access it while they're just hanging out there. Because I'm thinking they're not actually going to attack me. Although they might be waiting for this to all go away and then walk that way. I'm not sure. But thank you very much, Diamond, for helping keep the chat running. You are the MVP of the stream at the moment. Is spice water just splatter? I'm not sure what you mean by spice water at this point. Nor do I know what you mean by splatter. Like, when you say spice water, are you talking about, like, lava? Or are we talking about Dune now? But, no, I'm basically making a second lava geyser, is what I'm trying to do. 41 pissed off dwarves. It was 56 at the start of the stream, so we're improving rapidly. Although I would be pissed off if I lived here as well. I mean, look at like the lack of booze. So yeah, I would also be pissed off if I lived here. I really don't blame them, to be honest. Fuck it. We got plenty of gold. I will just simply do it this way. Okay, so you are digging that way. You are very slowly digging that way. When do we want it? I don't know what we want. Beer? When do we want it? Now. Yes. The Diamond's got it. I don't know Fox Names Tacos in YouTube chat. They're talking about ASCII old UI versus new UI. The old UI came with a lot of nerd cred, and I think a lot of people are sad that they no longer have their nerd cred. Basically, I know cool thing that you don't know that's obscure and it makes me feel good. The game is significantly more accessible with the mouse UI. It would be nice if everybody could be happy, but at this point, a significantly larger number of people enjoy the game because of the non-obscure UI, which is significantly better, period. Is it even possible to run a beerless fort? Oh yeah, no. Dwarves just run at like 30% speed, and you just have to compensate for negative moods. It's very much possible. I mean, we're gonna have to do it, because I didn't get to trade it all this summer. So we are going to be running a beerless fort for the next year and a bit, because it's been a while since we've had a year with alcohol in the fort, so. We are 100% running a beerless fort right now. And the humans are just sieging me now. So I need to find more ways of dealing with the siege without, you know. Let's just go this way. And priority number 1, dig out this. But yeah, dwarves move significantly slower and get tired faster without booze. So it's a huge debuff. But you can do it. I mean, people have done it. Sober Fort is like one of the oldest challenges in the Dwarf Fort book. It's just I don't know, pretty unethical to the poor dwarves when you think about like how they run their lives, I guess. Basically, like right there is where I would like to do this. So I'm gonna wait for you to dig a little further. Like, you'll start to see, where is it? He really wants a drink. So she really wants a drink, right? If they sit with that for too long, they start working slower due to its scarcity. So one of the annoyances of running a vampire fort is they can't drink. So because they can't drink, they all end up running slowly due to its scarcity, which is a huge work speed and performance debuff, basically. So it's going to be a very sluggish year. Thankfully, I do have a source of water, so nobody's dying of thirst, but it's still not going to be ideal. Oh shit, there's Forgotten Beasts fighting. So we've got Zagstock, who's got 3 kills, all against Forgotten Beasts, and is a gigantic mouse with lidless eyes. And we also have Asturu, who's got no kills on Forgotten Beasts, and it is enormous eyeless Shrike. Sounds like a horrible sound. Like a shriek. The reason that I disagree with that take, Sortalk, in YouTube chat, about you can still use keyboard commands, kinda, just forgot them after tinkering with the Steam version. The reason you can't is because the game isn't fully key bindable. So, like, that's the issue, is the fact that you have to use the mouse for certain things. Like, yes, you can still partially use the keyboard, but it's not an alternative for people who only used the keyboard previously. That's the issue. And I agree with that. Like, it should, like, the whole game should be key bindable. I fucking love the different Zelfos art. Like, it looks so... They look so good now. Like, so freaking good. Absolutely love, love, love the difference that, like, extra art makes. Let's also dig out all this. And dig up to there. Let them work on that. I think the humans are just sieging now. Like, I think they've given up getting into the forts. So I'm going to take my dwarves off the siege engines at the front. Get some extra hands. They look so, so good. Same with the demons in the underworld. They're all colorful. It's like getting attacked by an actual, like, army of rainbow clowns now. But yeah, you're going to notice my dwarves mining slowly because they need to drink alcohol. Let's just place this here. I can place another one further up later if I need to. Just means the first gush will be a little bit lower. Okay, so you're all locked off. You're as high as you can go. Actually, where's your gate down here? You're over there? Okay. You know, I maintain that one of my favorite changes from the older versions to the premium version, and like post-Steam version, post-version 50 is what I should be saying, is the fact that you can now just click on a, like, lever and it teleports you to where that lever is. Like, does anybody else remember the era of, like, having to name them and then just remember? Like, you want to talk about quality of life features. Holy shit. Like, that is maybe one of the greatest vanilla things that they added. And also just being able to build on floors. I maintain, like, when people comment about, like, you can't build diagonally, I realize that it's also not a good quality of life thing in any situation to just be like, well, it used to be worse because of this. But I always feel that way whenever it's just like, yeah, but, like, it used to be worse because you used to not be able to build on constructed floors. It used to make me want to tear my hair out whenever I'd go to build something and then, like, have to do that. Like, I don't know. I do recommend to any of you old school players who complain about the new UI a lot, because I have my gripes with it too. But, like, if you played the older versions, don't install DFHack. Once in a while, go and install an older version, 47.05 or whatever, without DFHack, and try and navigate the menus. And the reason I say without DFHack is because then grab the new one again without DF hack and try and navigate the menus. Because there are elements of the older version that were better in some ways than the new one with DF hack, but the vast majority of the menus are far superior now, just in their general readability and navigatability. Did I actually get that hooked up, or did that not get hooked up? Because the save popped right then and there. Yeah, okay. Also, we're about to get hit by an ad in 30 seconds. That really shows, like, how long these sieges go on for. What? Stint ad? I thought I already made a slab for you. Did I not? Did I not? Nope, I did not. I think they were gonna dig into here, and then I blocked this, and then they were like, maybe not. Okay, you need to go through that. I fucked up. I still maintain, though, I think like the best thing that could happen for Dwarf Fortress right about now is if Legends Viewer could work on its compatibility to a point where it could be a native piece of software that runs on Steam as a mod. That would be one of my biggest hopes right now for Dwarf Fortress. You know what? Just dig through that. I'm in an ad, but I'm just going to leave the game running because it's running pretty slowly at the minute. Well, not that it's slowly. It's just the dwarves are very slow because they don't have booze. The game is actually running, like, fine. It's running at 60 FPS. The game is 20 years old at this point. The first of public release Kazul was in 2006. But the game's first version, well, the game began development in 2002. But public released versions, yeah, 20 years. I think it's August? Or is it July? Clino would probably know if he's in chat. Cog, the manager, has been taken by a Fey mood. This is my water supply, by the way. Ain't that grim? Like, look at that. That's horrific, in my opinion. I should also throw a pump over here because I was planning on doing this a while ago. And just placing a wall piece right here. And then building a friggin' well right here. For the ability to do time leaps and save. Oh, I think Tarn also agrees with that. That's one of the oldest wishes in the book, is like being able to jump forwards in time, like basically turning on world gen again, right? I assume is what you mean. But yeah, I could not agree more. I think that like that isn't the most requested thing I've seen, but it's certainly like very much a pie in the sky thing in a lot of ways. And I think Tarn agrees. I think Tarn also wishes we could do that. I think that the closest and easiest way to do that now is by retiring and unretiring an adventurer repeatedly. You can move time up by 2 weeks at a time, but it doesn't have a huge effect on the actual fortress itself. Manager grabs raw green glass. Yeah, the thing is, like, your own forts won't progress, but, like, the other parts of the world will. The real issue with that whole dream, I guess, isn't that you can't do it, per se. I think the whole yeah, okay. We'll just hope that... Wait, you said gem shining? Rough color, gem shining. Bars metal. Okay, you'll probably get it done as we complete this stuff. I think the real issue isn't that, you know, it's not something that we can currently do. I think the real issue is just simply, you know, how do I put this? I'm just trying to do a lot here. The real issue is that, like, the world itself doesn't wake up after world generation is done, you know? That, to me, I think is maybe one of the bigger issues there. Where's my... I realize I'm just jumping around like mad. Where's my gem cutter shop? It's up here. Okay, so I got rough and cut gems. Okay, I've got a yak bowl that needs to be thrown away. Like, major sites like Dwarven Fortresses and Necromancer Towers and Human Cities and Human Towns don't get built once World Gen is done. Like, some of the smaller sites do, like forts do, camps do, sites can be taken over or reacquired, but like the major world building constructions don't happen post-World Gen, which I think is the biggest issue with that whole dream on its surface. Fanyogs, hello. We are trying to give us a surprise wedgie to a big siege. Trying. May not be working at the minute, but we're trying. Actually, just going to deconstruct this and place obsidian there, and also in the corner. I'll just forbid it right here for the minute. I'm just going to pause for a moment and just throw down some flooring over there. Oh man, should I? That'd be so useful to have. No, I don't need it. I'm just trying to focus this lava a little bit. Basically, I just need to place a gear right there, and then this is all ready to go. And we'll start up immediately. Where was I? Over here. Okay, so they should be good. They should just dig to the end. Okay, so this right here is getting done. Thought of quality of life change would be an add option to take from give to workshops in the stockpile to forbid take from a specific stockpile. I mean, if you want to stop them from encrusting garbage items, just, I would say more parameters for encrusting. Like, I agree, like improving the UI for take from and give to interface would be great, but why not just, I know I make it sound so easy when I say, why not just do this? But why not just, like, set it up so that an individual like encrusting job could be only encrust this type of item, or only encrust that type of item, or only, you know, complete that task with amulets, or only encrust chairs, or only encrust like that kind of thing, like specify type of item or furniture. And then also the number of times they encrust it. So they only encrust it with 1 gem instead of 12. Wait, you can already do that? Your stuff? Because if you can, that's news to me. I didn't actually know that. They'll never see it coming, chat. The reason these dwarves are working so slowly and why all these tasks are taking so long is because they haven't had alcohol. I can't wait until we can get some booze into this fortress. We need it so fucking bad. Holy shit. Because like right now you can tell them to use only a specific type of gems, but I don't think you can... Okay, so you can. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I don't know. Like that's a part of the user interface that I would love to see improved, just in general. Just general usability of like ease of encrusting certain types of items. I'm not forcing them to work sober. These horrible siegers stopped the dwarves before they were able to get into the fortress and trade, so I didn't get to trade in fall. So I didn't get the opportunity to purchase more clothing. The theme of this fortress is I am not producing any food. So all of the food you see up here was produced in the, or not by my fortress. It was all produced by outside of my fortress. So I can only brew items that are sold to me, is the theme of this fort, basically. So let's close that. So am I forcing them to work sober? I'm not forcing them. The humans did. I'm not at fault here. Do not blame me for crimes that the humans have committed against us. It's clearly not my fault. No, obviously, humans are the evilest faction into our fortress. This is a well-known fact. Let's just wait for this to get done. Now we're just waiting for this. It's okay. Those humans also need a drink, and they're going to get it soon. Okay, so they're getting all that cleaned out with all the wheelbarrows nice and quick. This can be unforbidden. And then this just needs to be built right there. Then I just need to give her a real quick once over, and I think we can turn it on. Okay, so that's the first one. That's the second one. All right, chat, I need a big wall of lava. Go start charging your lava right about now. Let's just real quick. This is just the last. I'm also checking for any holes. All right, sweet. So that dwarf just needs to make it out. Just need to wait for that. Need to wait for that flooring, just for, you know, aesthetic purposes. The Bloodthorn chest has been toppled by Sodell the wrestler. Oh no. Got a bunch of, like, bothersome ghosts because, like, a dozen dwarves got blasted with a wall of lava. It wasn't like 70, but it was like 40. We lost a lot of dwarves all at once. So if, like, you check legends and you're like, my dwarf bled to death, they definitely died to lava. They did not bleed to death. I'm sorry. Okay, so that can get done. And you can go right there. So now this right here is about to cause a lot of chaos. And I do want to apologize real quick for not keeping up with the chat super well. Like, there's a lot going on. I've got humans threatening to dig into the fort. I've got multiple things that could get screwed up if they don't get done in a certain order. I could total the fort if I fuck this up. So, yeah, sweet. Okay, everything's good to go. Here comes Kel, the very important dwarf who's about to complete the most important task of the last 15 minutes. Okay, so this lava here Fills real quickly, as you can see, because it's fully pressurized. Bump! And now that all that is done... Wow, that didn't even... Did that even put it... Okay, so it did put a little dent in it. It did empty out the tower a little bit. So we're just going to give this a minute to refill. It won't take too long. And then we can hopefully end this vile force of darkness with a big old glug of lava. So once there is 7 of 7 lava right there, we pull the lever. That ended pretty quickly, hey? Alrighty, humans. Try this one on for size. Do I have a pull the lever emote? Maybe I need to pull the lever emote. Bacon sounds. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf to come and pull the lever. And of course, Fearful gets to do the honors. More lava, please, chat. More fire, more lava, more red squares. Now we just need to wait. Just a few more turns. There it goes. I will just unpause right now. I'm sure that'll end the siege. Wow, okay. It's 3 Z levels high. The rush. The overflow. The flooding. 3 Z levels. And for the extra as well, we can get them stuck between lava and a hot place. It's like if that wasn't good enough for you. Whew, it's windy outside all of a sudden. If that wasn't enough for them, we got this now too. And I think these dwarves have earned a break. I think they've earned a break. This will slow down when I start refilling this layer, but I need to keep this layer full. Although this is currently actually draining into this, which is kind of funny. Keeping it going. They don't really have much of anywhere to go. But wait, there's more lava? Yes. I don't know if the floor specifically is lava, but there is lots of lava on the floor. They really... Like, you'd think they'd have somewhere to go, but they really don't. I think maybe I should actually keep this shut for the moment and just drain it out the back here. Also going to need to better these lava flows because this gives them a bit too much of a vantage point, if you ask me. Well, let's see if they're smart and walk back. Let the lava hit the floor. Okay, so with that done, the lava tube right there is now blocked. So the geyser up here stops, and this will start draining and lowering. This down in here can then fill back up. Because this is just going to start spreading and filling up again because, you know, it's still pumping up. But it still didn't break the siege. Where are they? They're about as far away as you can get. Hey, honestly, you know, I don't blame them. I'd be too. The dope song in your head? Which song is the dope song? I feel like I should know what song you're talking about, but I don't. Alright, let's see what we have for ghosts. We have Sodell and Waze. Waze got torched, so did Sodell. Just let the dwarves go anywhere within the confines of the fortress. They're just hanging around at the entrance. That's actually really funny. They've just like given up actually attacking me and are just like, we're just gonna stay as far away as possible now. Oh my god, what the fuck? Some random dwarven visitor who's definitely a criminal has just shown up and is scattering the siege. And this is one of the remaining siegers. That's well, shoutouts to this dude. Undead Wanderer. I think that fits the Dark Souls story, right? Oh, die motherfucker die. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. If that's the song that you were thinking. Oh, it's not a song by Dope. Okay, well. Oh, Drowning. Wait, why is Drowning Pool the YouTube national anthem the Dope song? Or did they write a song called the Dope song? Well, I don't think I can hit them from up here. Anyway, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Drowning Pool at all. They're kind of butt-rocky for me. I think maybe the only reason I know about Drowning Pool is because of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor and, you know, YouTube from that era. All right, so to the last 4 humans left, we're just going to send my Mark Dwarves out to go deal with this problem. Oh no, there's a ghost in the wall. Anyways. I do also kind of expect that we're going to get sieged again, like, in a moment. Like, this siege is going to end, we're going to get attacked momentarily. Who's leading the charge? Other Sodell, not the ghost. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Because we are finalizing this godforsaken wasteland of a siege. Word. I mean, this fortress is. I don't know about the whole world. I'm sure there's plenty of bastions of hope and peace in the infinite universes, just not here. Here come the bolts, the firing squad, to finish up the last of them humans. And that's the siege done. This is also a perfectly good training opportunity for my Marks dwarves. The kind of funny thing is, I'm told that... There goes the zombie again. Fucking steals the kill. Something I think is kind of funny is they will abandon... If they're the only ones left, they will abandon the battering ram after 30 days. But it's 30 days that it takes for them to abandon the battering ram. Who gets the last drink? I don't even know where that last drink is. As far as I can tell, the dwarves don't even have access to it because it's been sitting at 1 for a while. It's got to be like in a mug or something somewhere. Or inaccessible for one reason or another. Okay, we're also apparently placing items in tombs, so that's good. Ay, 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 ay. Let's do gold sarcophaguses again. Oh, do I not have a manager? I guess my manager died in there somewhere. I'm not sure how or when, but I lost my manager. F's for the manager. Now I'm kind of confused because... Oh, I see. It's because Founder's in the military. Captain of the Guard also needs an office. I can't remember if I gave him one. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't. I'll put one down there. Okay, so I think I should put traps just outside of the fort in places. I should also go up to here and deconstruct this. Problem is there's bolts right there, so that's actually real dangerous. Let's not do this. Let's just set this all to be dumped. And pull this lever so they can go out this way. And get this crap off of the wall. It may not actually even be drinkable. I'm kind of suspecting that it's considering stuff that isn't actually a beverage right now. Okay, let's open you up. And just fill up this outside part of the walls. Now the real question is, do we get to trade next summer? Because that's the next trading season, is summer. I'm kind of doubtful. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty doubtful. I'm pretty doubtful. The good news is whenever they go in and out of the fortress... What the hell happened? I don't know, like 9 or 10 sieges in like 3 seasons? Jeremy Birch says, quick question. I went from 22 dwarves to 72 in a single migrant wave. Is that normal? Sure. Did you trade? If you traded a lot of stuff, then absolutely. The more value you export, the more traders you get, or the more migrants you get based on the available number of dwarves in your world. So yeah, no, that's not abnormal. I mean, that's a large one for sure, but that's not outside of the realm of normal. I think the biggest migrant wave I ever had was I had like 17 dwarves for a while, and I went directly up to 90. So it's definitely on the larger end, but not abnormal. But the more stuff that you are selling to the mountain home, the more migrants you're going to get, just normally. And kind of in general. Literally not possible because lava in the vanilla game is not classified as a drinkable liquid. So if they need a drink, they search for a drinkable liquid. And because lava isn't classified as a drinkable liquid, they cannot even attempt to drink lava as an option. Also, that's going to start burning people if I don't turn this off. I, for some reason, didn't realize that that would overflow like that. So apparently just opening that lever is like the way to go to actually just like flood everything. Well, that's nifty. Cool. That'll stop filling now. This will stop falling now. But thankfully, it's falling pretty slowly, so it's not going to be a huge danger. We're in an ad break, so I will pause the game for a minute. It's just bins. That is exported wealth, period. The more wealth you export, Lucio Gaming, the more renown you get, the more people will join. Because if you look at dwarves' history when they come to your fort, they don't always come from the mountain home. Sometimes they have previously left another faction. Sometimes they left from a different area of the world entirely. Sometimes they have no history and could have left from another faction. So the game isn't always pulling from your own faction. Dwarves can change civilizations. So it's all traders. If you export a shit ton of stuff, right off the bat, you will get a big migrant wave. But, yeah. We did get a late start today, so the biggest thing you guys can do to help the stream today is simply keep that chat moving. I actually thought about just not streaming today, so we made it live, but all I'm really hoping for at this point is just let that chat keep moving. Just keep things active. Keep things babbling. And remember that I do greatly appreciate you. Just simply for tuning in. Short stream be fun? No, it not! If it's quiet and nobody shows up. So. Ordering gem mugs and you're sad when the monarch arrives? Wait, why would you be sad when the monarch arrives? It's kind of a victory condition. I've never fully understood the disappointment when, like, wealthy or like when nobles arrive in your fort. Like, they're super easy to like micromanage and make them happy. Yeah, but you can order stuff from any other faction. So, by default, you can only order stuff from other towns or from the main mountain home, right? But once the monarch arrives, then you gain the ability to order stuff from anybody you're trading with. So, like, that is a massive improvement. you have a lot more option of who you can trade with. Like, as soon as the monarch arrives. So, like, if you're trading with humans, you can now trade with any human town. If you're trading with not goblins, elves, you can now trade with any elven. You can now request stuff from any elven group. If you're trading with other dwarves, you can request stuff from any dwarven group. So it just gives you more options. It's not like restricting. No options in diplomacy? They should be. Because, like, it might depend on if you, okay, I'm trying to think of, like, edge cases where that wouldn't happen, but you should be able to trade with other factions, assuming you have trading agreements with them. I guess they do have to send the diplomats, but I don't know. Weird. Like, they were sending diplomats for me, and then they got pissed off at me because I stole all their stuff one time because I was desperate. And now I'm at war with them, and since then the other humans have stopped sending diplomats, so they're like not thrilled with me right now. But like outside of that, like I've been receiving diplomacy from them, so. Also, there's a dwarf stuck over here. Speaking of diplomats, how did you get down here? That's like impressive. Like, truly impressive. Let's go down here. Just gonna put a well down here. At war with everyone. Well, that would require me to literally be at war with people I can't access. So no, but I am at war with 1, 2, 3, 4 groups. 5 groups. And then there's most people I'm just trading with. Like, we are at peace with the majority of the different groups in the area. But I am at war with quite a few, yes. But no, not everyone. Just get rid of this. Let's get them underground. Working on that well instead. Douglas, thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription and for the first notification of money in 1 hour. Greatly appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. But you should most of the time get access from other groups, I guess. Oh well, maybe that's something Tarn will address when you get the or when he gets to the quality of life stuff that he's been talking about. That'd be cool. That would be cool. Let's actually just pause this for a sec. Let's just let them work on this upper stuff first. I just want to be able to turn the goblins into a vassal state and then trade with goblins and request goblin warriors. Speaking of goblin warriors. They're commanded by a goblin who's a competent commander. Beware their elite goblin macemen. And it looks like they're just attacking. Well, chat, grab your butts. Back at it. We didn't even have time to snooze. It's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 battering rams? Can I get another round of Vile Force of Darkness and some fun calls? I'm going to go take another piss because I gotta.
Ties for everyone!
All right, well, let's hope that they go for the front door. That's my hope. Let's hope they go for the front door. Well, I mean, I wanted to ally with them, Jeremy. I didn't ask for them to attack me. YouTube's accusing me of asking them to attack me. If you need access to those and I haven't given it to you yet, just let me know. Pleasant Animal. But I didn't hear those if they went off, so. Okay, so. Let's see. Do I have slabs I could place? They went off? Okay, I didn't hear them. They must have been before I got here. Or got back. I just kind of panic whenever I see somebody using those. Man, engraving stuff takes 1,000 years when dwarves are being sluggish. Okay. See, that's not what I wanted. Unforbid that. Get back on that. And somebody go pull this. Let's see if the dwarves get there in time to fire. Fired a few. Let's just send the dwarves down to there. They're going to come down from up here. Just immediately surrounded and crushed. Bolt throwers are sitting outside, killing the rest of them. Okay, so where's the remainder of this army? They're all just right there. Okay, so now we can test the other lava geyser. Okay, so when the one goblin from this army steps up here, I will queue this up. All right, here it goes. Chat, I need you to help me with the lava by hitting the lava button. You may have figured this out at this point. Boy, did you tune in at the right time. Oh, yeah. We're going to also clean up some previous messes. An ambush. Curse them. Where are they? Nani? Oh, well, that's not good. Also, they're in the fortress, so that's fun. Let's just hope that doesn't cause any problems, because this over here is going to cause them some problems. And a soap maker was found dead. Well, that's not good. At least the queen wasn't sleeping. And at least the squads are close by. The squads are just simply running this way to go deal with the goblins over here. That's going to get pulled. This over here is certainly causing them some grief. These goblins have nowhere to go except die. How did they get past the funny Fanta? So the humans built a ladder up the back of the fort, and I forgot to close my drawbridge, which was trying to get rid of the ladder. So there's literally a ladder that goes all the way up onto the walls of my fort right now. And I forgot to get rid of it. So that's on me. But we're just going to go pull that, which will solve that problem. And I think that... Okay, there's like one goblin left up here. And here's hoping we can deal with this guy. Where's this additional ambush? Okay, they're all outside still. That's fine. That's fine. No issues there. This door is a bit out of the way. And the good news is I can give these guys that aren't in the fort yet a little bit of a surprise over here by pulling this other lever that we built during the last siege. So first, let's close this on this side, because this side seems pretty torched. I don't know where they all ran off to, but they're kind of going that way right now, seems like. Meanwhile, all of the ambushes seem to be over here. Well, that's unfortunate. It seems that some kid decided to go exploring. The good news is we'll have vengeance swiftly, I hopes, right here. So to all these ambushers who are trying to ambush us, well, they're not going to ambush us very much because a bunch of them are just going to catch fire and burn and die. So that's good. No, hot. Can't find my zombie. Not cool. Hot. That's what this is. Very hot, even. Where's the majority of these siegers still? Not retreating just yet, I don't think. Well, since I've just persuaded them away from this gate over here, I'm going to go underneath and I'm going to lock that side again. And then I'm going to simply open this and flood the fucking entirety of it. Because right now this is still kind of bubbling up and over, but we want the whole thing to bubble up and over. Because this will stop bubbling over right about now. And this is going to open this up, which is going to finish refilling all of this up here, and then start flooding the edge of my walls. So this down here is going to start having a hard time. And this over here is going to start having a hard time, etc. Because once this right here is full, there's just nowhere else for the lava to go. So this right here just needs to fill up, which will happen pretty quick. And then there's literally nowhere for them to go, except die. Or, you know, walk directly in the front door of the fortress, which they can't quite do just yet because there's stuff in the way, but I'm going to hopefully get rid of the stuff that's in the way. There we go, and we can get rid of one of the ghosts finally. Which is that one. There we go, that's almost full. Almost. Could be filling faster, but it's doing what it can. Got one dwarf that's sunk into depression. Me too there, bud. It's a vibe. Got a dwarf over here, putting that away. Let's get you hooked up. You hooked up. You hooked up. And you hooked up. So this fort would be like impenetrable and everybody would be ecstatic if I didn't need to worry about the this issue of the infinitely repeating sieges and also needing to trade for alcohol. Because this is actually making these into sieges, you know? Because I don't know if this is like an issue with Dwarf Fortress necessarily, but like sieges aren't really sieges. Like let's be real. Sieges are not really sieges. Sieges are like a minor threat at best. Like they're not something that you're gonna lose a ton of sleep over. Like, you normally would just be like, all right, fine, I'll turtle. Oh no. Anyways, and then just go on with your day. But, like, because I need to trade to actually get booze to keep the fort mostly functional, sieges are actually, like, a big threat. Exactly, Hand of Fate. Exactly. But right now, I feel the warm embrace of it, but it's still a threat. Feel the warm embrace. Sieges are like raids when you play normal style, but with your struggles, it makes sense. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, I would not have 35 pissed off dwarves, but I'm, like, still doing everything in my power to keep these dwarves satisfied and happy. Man, they are just taking out goblins all left and right down there. Okay, so these guys getting surrounded by lava. I'm just going to stop the walls overflowing because they're going to come in a second, and when they do, I need to remove their routes in. You know, it would be another really nice quality of life if you clicked on show connected buildings and you could click pull lever from here. Like, if I could queue up the job without jumping to it, that would actually be really nice. That'd be pretty peak. Okay, so that's going to stop flowing over. Waze has been laid to rest. And now the important question is, there's a way through for them now. Are they going to take it? And if so, will they stand in the maze of red hot lava long enough for me to give them another round of the good old-fashioned glug-a-chug? You would like places to have a menu as to whether... oh, yeah, that's a big one. I honestly just want Tarn to go in and either disable or retune parts of how thieves work. But I think that's probably outside of the scope of this patch. Like, I realize that a lot of people are looking forward to magic. I'm looking forward to more villain stuff. All right, another round of lava coming in. Another round of lava coming in, hopefully this time with less funky surprises. Diamond's gotcha. Chat, you can help too if you want. I don't know how that one didn't get burnt the last time. That's nuts, but... something must have extinguished it. And these few who did make it through are just getting bolt-throwered to death. No, I agree. Just like a pop-up. Like, literally just, are you sure, is all it needs. 409. I get around that by simply, I've trained myself after many an oopsie to just never click that button. So it's not an issue for me at the moment, but I do agree that that should be a priority for them. Although I think at the end of the day, my actual priority number one is just completely modular user interface. I think everybody wants that. The closer we get to that, the better. All right, well, let's shut this off now. I think my current take, I guess, on the user interface for Dwarf Fortress is it's not bad. It just has, like, a dozen or so little things that add up. Is my honest feelings on it. Are they going to go meet over here? Because if so, I could blast them. I could do this. So anyway, I started blasting. I may actually just close the front gate. I mean, it's not dated. It just needs work. If it was dated, you could literally say that about every single thing in this game. And I don't think that that's like a fair statement, really. Especially because there is dated UI that is perfectly fine, you know? I think that's a bit of a silly statement. I think it suits the game just fine. It just needs a few more quality of life features. Isn't this game almost like 20 years old? Certainly. So is Roblox. What's your point? I don't know why Roblox is always like the... it's always my analog to like talk about games being old, but it is. And by the time this siege is over, we'll be ready for the next one. You ready for another surprise, goblins? Some other forgotten beast has arrived. Let's see what I can do with you. Oh, come on. Get some of them, maybe. Maybe not. Well, we'll get them to close it again. I kind of missed. It was a valiant effort. They seem to be grouping up over here. I'm not entirely sure why, unless they're just leaving. Just kind of, these guys are definitely going somewhere. I don't think the interface is anywhere near as unusual as you guys are saying, but I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree then. It's a very standard interface when it comes to all this stuff. What's unusual about it is that you can't drag windows around. What's unusual about it is that it's all static. And that's not going to change. Like, I think the user interface layout-wise is actually pretty standard for the genre. Like, drop-down menus like this is standard. Like, I don't agree with that at all. That it's unusual. This dwarf went nuts. Pretty sure that was a failed mood. So we've had a few of those. I mean, I think like the things that make the interface for this game odd, as you say, is purely the fact that it's an ASCII game. You know, like it is an ASCII game with a tile set. I don't think there's much changing that, really. I'm going to open this side, because this will send a lava flow down to where those battering rams are, right there. Which is going to go over this side, and hopefully, deal with some of these battering rams for me, like this one. Which is currently about to have a very warm afternoon. It's heating up out here. Summer's arriving. Alongside of the fire and brimstone that comes with the season. I also, I don't think this is a quality of life thing, but something that I've been thinking about ever since the Siege update released, and I think a few people agree with me on this. Yo, chat, we should be allowed to take the heads of these and mount them on a stick if we want. Like, they should be a buildable piece of furniture as a trophy. Like, I want to take their battering rams and fucking put them on a wall. Oh, glorious. Glorious. That one's down there. I should dig like a trench down this way. That or like, I realize that this would be automated or like have to be scheduled, but it would. This is just a straight up feature request. I'm beyond quality of life stuff. Wouldn't it be dope if there was a thing that you could like? This kind of goes back to like my dreams of like being able to chronicle fortress history or something. But wouldn't it be dope if you could make a building or a piece of wall or something that would get periodically engraved with notable things in the fortress? So like, I'm thinking kind of like that wall in Caves of Cud in the Tomb of the Eaters, where it engraves history. It would be really cool if you could have like a fortress mural or something, and every siege they would engrave the name of the commander and the little flavor text alongside of the commander. Maybe every mayor from the fortress. Although I just want that in like text form. I don't even need it in like a buildable item form. I'm just killing pigs. Are they leaving? No, doesn't seem like it. I just want ways to chronicle your fortress's history in-game without having to like go into Legends. That would require butchering sentience. Although if you could make like totems out of inanimate object, like swords, that would be cool. Or like the battering rams, I guess. We are in an ad break right now, but I'm just waiting for lava to flow. Because I don't think they're getting into the fort. Watch them like they're digging through the back of the fort and I have no idea. I wonder, actually. Let's just pause the game. I'm going to go down to this area down here. Just add this, add this, add this. Let's just get all this done. Let's just hope that we get a break from these sieges in the summer. I'm not hopeful, but let's hope. That could be made as pieces in a history event engraving, like when there's a big event, put it on the queue, and then when you engraving to close up the history events as an engraving. Sure, but I think like the game you could just be like strange moods, sieges, battles, discoveries, notable figures. Like I feel like there's one of the really big missed opportunities, in my opinion, is I feel like dwarves should be better at chronicling their own history. You know? And I realize that that's because it's up to the player to do it, right? But I think it would be really cool if the dwarves were just better at that. Like if they had some... Where are you going here, Burr? It'd be way cooler to me if there was some ways for that to just be automated. Grab rough gems. Sola Mavod. Rakus the gem cutter is making an artifact. By the way, naming is available if anybody wants to name a dwarf. During the glorious siege of the year 238. People have just been naming dwarves vanity things because nobody seems to want dwarves these days. You're relatively new to the game, and the thing that you struggle with is the automated task system. Can you show how to do it? Don't over-automate it. It would be my advice. Don't over-automate it. If you want to automate it, do it periodically. Especially if you're new to the game, that is like the last system you should try and figure out. Because it has quirks, and there's enough quirks that I don't over-automate. Like, this is all I have right now. Although that one I can get rid of. This is all I have right now, and basically all I'm doing is just queuing up a buttload of rocks whenever blocks whenever I need them. And this is just set so that when there's more than 30 objects set to melt. Like literally Silver Mace right there is seasonally because I have a noble that wants Silver Maces seasonally, which also that should be set to 3, not 2. And that's basically it. And then I brew drinks when they're available. Don't over automate it would be my advice because you will drive yourself insane. Like this, like Dwarf Fortress in some ways looks like it is Factorio, but it is very much not Factorio. And if you try to play it like Factorio, often what I find is people just drive themselves nuts. And don't enjoy it that much, which I think is a bit of a bummer. So I think the enemy siege is leaving. I think I just saw a goblin leave. Yep, there they go. They're all leaving. They're all splitting. We won. I didn't even have to send a dwarf out. Ha! Wrecked get. So probably the best course of action here is to... We're in mid-spring. I'm just going to close this top gate. But especially if you're new to the game, just focus on individual systems. Don't try to do everything simultaneously. I think what's very tempting with games like this is to try and go, okay, so there's 30 different systems I need to learn. I'm going to start learning all of them. Pick one and stick to it and learn how to automate that system while you're learning that one system. And if it's a non-combat one, then settle somewhere peaceful or even turn off enemies would be my advice if you're just learning the game, because every system and every form of automation that this game has its quirks that is unique to that system. So stuff rarely works in a catch-all. And that's kind of like a fault of the game in a lot of ways and is something that the game needs to be better about and hopefully will get better about. But for right now, like, my genuine advice is to pick a system, one system, and just do that system until you've learned that one system and then add a system to it or just move on to the next system. Usually I recommend starting with farming and clothes. And if you want to automate from there, you can. But just note that almost every time I've completely automated a system, at some point in the fort, I just delete it and rebuild it and re-automate it because something will change, a stockpile will change, a location of something will change, the fortress will grow in a way that I wasn't expecting, and then I can no longer automate that system from that point forward. So you'll have a much easier time of things if you are very picky and choosy. Rakus the Gem Cutter has created a salva mod, a praise earring, and offers it to the starvation of gluttons. As a reward to our glorious queen, it's now yours, ma'am. Hopefully that didn't, like, avoid your question and answered it in a satisfactory way. Yeah, so it's literally just those two duders left. This is now done, so the edge of the fortress is going to stop spilling. This is going to drain pretty quick because it's all just going down. And these lower layers are also going to clear pretty quick, but right now we're just completely full. This shit's a fucking mess, dudes. Absolute goddamn mess. But the dwarves should be able to go the other way around. Let's see. Yeah, they can. So I'm going to go open this front gate. The other thing would be to... There we go. Remember that the goal with Dwarf Fortress isn't to have every single dwarf working at all times. You do want a good chunk to be socializing and just vibing. Because if you don't play it like that, they will not be particularly happy. Did I not just close you or open you? I guess I... Did I pull you twice? What the heck did I do? Dwarves need the vibe in time, yes. Yeah, well, the automated task system is supposed to get, like, a visual rework. I don't know about a mechanics rework. Putnam said a while ago that that was something she was working on. But as far as when that'll be, good question. Gotta love a High Master Elite Haggard Marksdorf. I'm sorry, what? I read that as Craft Crotch. I was like, what the heck? Craft Scorch. Is this guy's wife or spouse, partner, person, bestie? Okay. It's Wednesday. Sorry, Wednesday's fire alarm testing day. That's why there's a fire truck out front, or not fire truck, but fire testing build or truck outside of the building. That explains that. Anyways, now that my heart rate's doubled, it's healthy, right? To get your heart rate up once per day. Your dog just jumped? I'm so fucking sorry. Please give your dog a pet and an apology from me. Okay, who's left? Literally nobody, but the siege is still running apparently. So who, where, what? There's got to be like an ambusher somewhere. Yeah, it was on my side. I'm sorry. I just heard my neighbor shout through the wall, "What the fuck?" really loudly. Which is kind of funny if you think about it. Where are you? Huh? Merp. Oh, it must have just been a wild animal. That they were shooting at. Okay, let's go all the way over here. I don't know why Siege is still saying Siege is happening, because Siege most certainly is done. Let me just check. Nope. So Siege should very much be done. Well, that's fun. Huh. Okay, there's 2 invaders that got stuck off map. That was it. They would have left eventually, but... Actually, why don't I just... Tell them to kill those 2? Let's see how horribly this goes. Yeah, that was the monthly fire alarm test. It always gets me. I always forget it's happening, and it always gets me. Always without fail. There we go. Dwarf shooting bolts from up top. As they should. As they should. Here comes even more Mark's dwarves. And there is Jesus. And that's the siege. All right, I think I would say that these dwarves have earned a round of beers, but because we don't have any beers, could we get a round of beers? Like, there's literally no beer in this fortress. So I actually cannot give these dwarves a round of beers, as much as I genuinely believe that they've earned it. This was about 2 sieges. Between winter and now, late fall and now, no, fall and now, we've dealt with 2 sieges. So how many waves was there? It was 2 different factions. It was humans and then goblins. The good news is I may have figured out, or I may have actually successfully made this fort more or less impenetrable from what I can tell, so that part's cool. I'm just going to try and make this a little bit more of a shoot. This is going to take a wee bit, though, to get done. Can also close this. It's been there for a while. I'm starting to think something is classified as a drink that either the dwarves can't access for some reason, or it's something is classified as a drink that the dwarves can't drink for some reason. Probably it's just forbidden somewhere, but then they would remove it from the drink screen. So I don't know. I'm a little bit perplexed about that last drink. I'm starting to think it's Schrodinger's drink. The good news is the not pissed off dwarves are shrinking. Or the pissed off dwarves are shrinking. So we were up to 56 of them, and now we're down to 30. So that's good. That part is good. And let's just... Oh, for fuck. Well, the Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the troll Tegir Brasspulled. We didn't name him. I don't know. Steve? Isn't that the name of Minecraft guy? You know, if I make this fort into a video, I'm asking your permission right now to say I played the hardest difficulty, because I think that's what this is. Like, I think we found hard mode. Like, truly, I think we found it, chat. I think this is hard mode. I mean, it's an average of 2 per season. Because the first one was in summer. So we had summer. We had 1 into mid-fall. Then we had 2 rapid fire after that. And then we had this one. So yeah, 4. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's a cave dragon. Well, you're just insane. That's not good. Emily, keep shooting. What? They don't seem super keen on fighting. Well, at least someone's hitting them. Who was found dead? The elite Marksdwarf? I mean, you were insane, so... All right, well, let's turn this on. like right yesterday, because they're all right there already. Let's go here, go to places, go to siege engines, turn all of those on, and let's pray. We've got ambushes incoming, which is even more. Actually, fuck it. I'm just going to tell them all to back up. But they're still shooting. I respect it. Emily was found dead. She was a hero, though. Cannonball comes out wearing no shirt, an axe, and a shield. Here comes the lava. Fuck it, fine. I will tell my Marksdorfs to go stand there. Cannonball's probably gonna die. Although the bolt throwers are flying. He's winded. I think that's him. Rest in peace, Cannonball. You lived well, and you died fast. Unless he can still breathe. He has a chance. What I'm saying is, there is a chance. I really hope that I caught a lot of them on fire. I mean, a bunch of them are still down on the lower levels down here. I don't even know where the majority of the siege is at the minute. I guess, like, at the entrance of the fort. Let's just send the Marksdwarves to right here. Let's lock this, pull this lever. I'd say, yeah, let's fire this. Let's just start firing globs of lava at them. If I hit my own dwarves, well, I want to say that's on them at this point. They have nowhere they can go. There go the lava blasts. Let's see if this goblin, this spearmaster, makes it into the fort. It's just having to do a ton of dodging. Wow, okay. Backs up. Why would you do that? Are they trying to run? They must be. It's the only thing that would make any sense at this point. Huh! Those are all globs of lava. Takes the jump. Does the fall. Cannonball's been found dead. Let's go up to the top. Considering how little notice we had, I think this is going pretty well. Okay, so the remainder of what's there is gone. I can now close this. I don't know where you're going, Dragon, but you shouldn't be storing item in bin. Well, Dragon turned into a drawbridge. It's a crazy magical spell that we didn't know that he had. It was going to happen eventually. Can't say that I didn't try. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for Dragon, please? Uh-oh. Remember how earlier I was like, let's hope that they didn't find a side entrance? They did find a side entrance. The good news is I can pull this lever into the side entrance. They've dug through the side wall over here with the underground baddies of the bads. And I'm going to send the soldiers that I do still have down to here. Actually, that's not totally true. I'm going to send some of them over here to the other side. My Marksdwarves are running into the hallway to come meet them, and we're going to send a big old glug of lava down there. I think I need an additional moat for down here, because this is such an exposed half of the fort. And good luck. There goes your retreating route. Let's hope that we cut it all off before a dwarf decides to make a dumb jump. Let's send all of them right here. Problem is they're actually quite well trained in the goblin front. Nobody named has died from what I can tell. Queen's still alive, somehow. And let's get this plugged up. And the dwarves are firing bolts out the side down here. Many bolts are being fired at the ones up top and the ones down there. And even as far as all the way over there. In fact, they just took out M. Sudokasmob. Thanks for the clip, by the way, Clockwork. And we get the gate closed off. Sending the dwarves back up to training. And I think we need more tombs. That's my theory right now. What bars do I have? $22 platinum, 31 tin. Let's just make lead tombs. Lead sarcophagus. I know they're not gold, but anything at the minute. Let's close this. Where are the goblins at? They're still assaulting the fort. Okay. Let's flood the walls then, because of where they're hanging out, which is kind of around the top here. Although they are still getting clipped by the lava flow from over there. This will just kind of erupt over on this side pretty quick. In fact, there it goes already. From the previous. This immediately fills up. As soon as this hits 7, it's just going to start erupting all across this edge. 100%. You're saving me from having to go back and clip them later. You know, this fort would be completely impenetrable pre-siege update. No question. Like, they would have no chance of assaulting the fort before the siege update. Are they leaving? They very well might be. Just checking for 7s. Okay, so that all needs to be 7 up there. Yeah, I think this is the way to do it right now. Actually, no. No. I thought that might be the way, but no, this is actually the way down here. So this will deal with these guys over here, because I think they're trying to get in on this side. Yeah. Oh my god, you're so stupid. Oh, please. I'm so happy. I've been waiting so long for them to do that. And see it. Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Troll not smart. Dragon's been missing for a week. I'm just gonna pause for a sec and go back into the... And so now they've got this big old geyser coming out, plus the remnants of this, plus this. Oh, man. This is going to be a pain for us to seal up, but... Yeah, that's going to be... That is actually going to be a pain to seal, but... I'm sure we can. I'll just have to do, like... several little bucket brigades over there. Who's still alive? Their commander's no longer still alive from what I can tell. But they're still trying. Gotta give him credit for trying. There's also a bunch of little grublins up here. This is no longer ejecting lava right there. I'm kind of amazed that they haven't tried to dig through this yet. But I'm just going to go down into here, close you, and begin again this, which is actually going to take a little bit to fill now. That's also done. Okay. Not optimal, but we'll do what we can. They're just like hiding in a weird little cave down there. Yeah, it's this that's concerning me. But we're in an ad break, so I'll pause. Oh yeah. No, trust me, it's gotten harsh since we started getting 2 to 3, it seems like, sieges per season. How do you plug that up? I'm going to have to use buckets. It's going to be a bit of a pain, but I will do what I can. Can you ever get the magma level back? I can fill it faster than it can drain, so that's not an issue. The issue is going to be... the issue is just simply going to be waiting for... them to leave so that I can get some buckets over the edge of the thing, because I've already had to seal up a similar hole. A previous siege put a hole here, and I fixed it by pouring buckets inwards back. So over here, I just need to go to the top of the wall right here and put a bucket basically right there, a bucket right there, and then a bucket right there in the corner, and that should deal with it. Should. A couple buckets of water will fix that problem. I'm also going to go down to the... Speaking of water, I'm going to go down to my water source and... get that out. Well, I guess maybe... that could probably be pretty much it. We can just leave it after that. Because I want to get this water supply moved somewhere more convenient and closer. Because all jobs are running so much slower right now without the alcohol. The lack of alcohol has been brutal. All tasks are running so much slower than normal. What if we reopen the front gates? And check the burrow. Burrow's still enabled. It's all just these goblins over here. Yeah, it's this crew down here that's the problems that are left. Busy day at work for you? Second break. How goes blinds work today? I had a plumbing thing that had to happen this morning, and that was fine, so I started an hour and 45 minutes late. So I'm all weird and screwed up today. It's going to be a short stream for me, but I don't know. I think it's been a pretty good stream so far. Oh, there's a goblin on fire. Oh, yay! The lava whoosh managed to get one of the siege engines. Although this up here is off now. It's now just the lava flow that the goblins started. Which means that dying there was entirely their fault. Haha. Didn't think that one through, did you? Although it's not like they really think so. Well, I mean, it's not an issue, actually. It's just an annual maintenance. Annual stack cleaning happened today, which requires kitchen access to some of the units, and mine's one of them. It was something that happened about 2 weeks before I moved into the building last year. So that was convenient for me last year, but not a benefit for this year. Well, you get to leave. And that's the siege, chat! Holy fucking shit. Are they still attacking, I think? Nope, they're all just leaving. They're all leaving! Oh, mama. We get to beg that fort goodbye. All of these wounded goblins leaving the map. Hey, chat, victory. I would once again say round of beers, but we don't really have any. So, pat yourself on the back, I guess. Places is what I want. Huh. Okay, let's see what else we can do here. Let's try to go back to dumping this. Just make sure that there's nothing else here that I'm not aware of at the moment. There's several invaders very far away. But they're all leaving. Soldiers will kill them. Oh my god, why are you still opening? You should be closed. That's a little dangerous. Dwarves, you're making my blood pressure go up. Okay, now it's done. I would just like to real quick pour one out for Lore, who had to jump out of the way of a flow of lava and is now dead. So, yeah. Also, Arish, who died to this twerp. That was entirely avoidable and 100% my fault. I thought I had that turned off. You're solo raiding me? I mean, I don't see a raid notification, so you should type in /raid blind IRL next time for a successful raid notification alongside the solo raid. But thank you. It's good to see you. Hello. That would be the first raid today if you actually did the raid, but I think you're just saying that you're solo raiding as a way to refer to that you're tuning in. No, in your chat, not my chat, Fraga. But since now that I realize that instead of solo raiding me, you're actually just stating that you're solo raiding me, which isn't raiding, I will just continue to cry on the fact that we almost never get raids here. The sad life of being a unique niche creator. Nobody raids me. Big sad. But thank you for the raid. Even though it's just you. And you didn't actually raid me. That's the thought that counts. It is, in fact, the thought that counts. Are you a baddie? Nope, just some random human who's listed as friendly. I don't think you're actually friendly. I don't trust you for some reason. I don't quite know why. Hopefully you're able to leave the fort soon. Spy? Probably. But I don't know, send them. Send all of the spies. I mean, what are they going to do? Some wax worker has been missing for a week. Aha, that's the other one. Who's been missing for a week? Do I have additional slabs that can be placed? No. Not yet. Trying to get Cannonball's body buried. Good night, Weed. We'll be on tomorrow. You know where to find us. Normal times this times. Having triple O's. I used to go to a brewery, which was kind of in the middle of a food desert in Delta, Creed, and it was on Marine Drive, if you want to look it up. The brewery was called Dogwood, and they're still there, I presume, but their food selection kind of sucked. Like they had like not great like flatbread things and like jerky, and that was kind of it. But right across the street there was a giant sign that said Triple O's, which for those of you who don't know is like kind of like a fat burger but more local. And but it was the biggest lie in the world because it was actually just their corporate head office and not actually like a place where you can get food. And the first couple times I went there I was like, oh right, yeah, duh. Get very excited, followed by intense disappointment. I'm getting a knock on my door. I'm going to scream. I will be right back. Streaming today was a mistake, but it's fine. Hopefully chat's enjoying the stream. Hopefully my constant annoyance with plumbers and things isn't taking away from your enjoyment of this absurdity. Now, how long do we get until the next siege? That's the real question. All good? Well, I'm glad. Glad it's not taken away from your guys' enjoyment of this. This dwarf has been working on this one engraving for like 2 weeks. Literally because of lack of alcohol. Okay, so it's early summer. There's no way in hell we're gonna get wagons in here, but please do me a big favor, chat, and cross your fingers and hope, unless you're against me, that the humans show up. Because if the humans show up, that is an immediate opportunity for us to get some alcohol. I might even jump up and down in excitement. My best bet usually is to just simply let people do their jobs and not ask weird questions like that, but I'll be sure to mention it if I ever have an opportunity to speak with my cousin again, who is also a plumber. I haven't seen my cousin since my little sister's wedding back in July. That I'm referring to, but some of you who've been around this channel for a very long time might remember Matt, who streamed Factorio for, let's say, 2020, 2021, maybe into 2022, and I would raid him when he was on periodically because, you know, he's my cousin. Those are fun streams. You love annoying technicians with random annoying questions? Yeah, I don't. I want it to be over and done with as quickly as possible, and bullshitting around like that doesn't speed the process up. So I guess we have different goals. You're lonely and bored, and I want to get back to work for me. So if I've got nothing better to do and it's like an off day for me and I'm not streaming and I get a phone call from a telemarketer, I will listen, and it's actually a person and not a robot. I will listen to the entirety of their spiel and then politely say no. Or like ask questions and just keep talking to them. Just because, I don't know, it's kind of fun to have to talk to somebody on the phone once in a while. Which really just kind of shows off just how sad my world is. You know, I gotta admit, I think you could have chosen a better place. No beer. I'm very doubtful as to whether or not we will be able to get beer from this. Chat. Can you please post beer? If you have it. Or post burr. Or beers emoji. I don't think these humans are going to make it into the fort, though. Unless we get pretty gosh darn lucky. Okay, well, they will. Beer! Okay, hold up. Actually, I'll give them a minute. So I kind of want to see if I can... I'm moving the camera around way too much. There we go, that's been pulled. This will speed up general efficiency of the fort so much. If we are able to get... Man, you are fucked up, dude. This poor dwarf. Poor Crub the Grub, Duke of the fort. He has no friends and is literally just professionally putting bodies away. Okay, so let's just go bins and sort by closest. Let's also go over to here. Okay, so they're all just dumping that. Got 4 dwarves now filling ponds. Wait, there is a chance, Red Arrow. There is a chance. I think that if we are actually successfully able to get all of this stuff up and running. Oh, never mind. Don't do that, actually. I lied. I think if we are able to get this fortress up and running, back to capacity again, we should give these dwarves a break, because I think they've earned it. Although my broker is in the military, apparently, so let's move the broker to somebody else. Somebody who isn't in the military. Let's move it to this dwarf, Fath. Crub the Grub meets with the diplomat. I've also got some crimes that need to be dealt with. Very pissed off Mark's dwarves, which is a bloody shame. I may have to volcano them if they continue to be problems. Oh shit, this is not dumping water. That should be a nice full pit pond. What do you even... Speaking of nice full pit ponds. Okay, so far so good. Let's get rid of one of these. Got 2 of these. So now what I need is I could just put a block right there. And just do this. Do this. And this. And then that'll seal that up. It's just a patchwork job because that's all I can do, but it's something. And then we can trade. Another trading caravan has arrived. Unfortunately, the first one burned to death, but it's okay. We've got 3. This is 3 times more trading than we did last year. Unmark all. Let's just go to the stuff that's important. Although I don't need any of this venom or gnome blight, but... Also, I'm just gonna... Don't have to do that many of these. Maybe one more. Done. I'm just going to remove all of this, and we're just going to change bins, because I've got too many ammo bins, which are important, so I don't want to sell those. Armor bins are fine, I just don't want ammo bins. Weapon bins are fine too, even. Don't need the empty bins. Those I need to keep. And now it's hopefully time for these dwarves to get a well-earned sip. The problem here is I don't even think they brought that much alcohol. Like, actually, I think they kind of brought, like, only a tiny bit, but hey, it's something. It's something, damn it. Actually, let's just do bow. So I basically don't want any of these. Any of those whatsoever. Same with the arrows, don't want any of those. Okay. Sorry. This has been a lot. That's all I got. This has been a lot. I'm tired, but we do have booze now. So dwarves will hopefully start getting back to normal speed for at least a little bit. And another human caravan shows up. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. And if this stuff all disappears, maybe we'll get a wagon. I wonder. Basically everything but metal boots we're just gonna take. Actually, could someone go to that Reddit thread where Tarn is taking quality of life additions and be like, a select all button in the trade screen? Just like right next to there, just select all. Because, you know, there's very few parts of Dwarf Fortress in the UI where I consider it to be like carpal tunnel inducing. Because like, I see that as like, any game that requires like more than 2 clicks to do something, people call it carpal tunnel, which I think is a little silly. Because like lots of games require lots of clicks. And like, that just means you really need to fix your, especially considering like the games that are the most that are games like League of Legends or any competitive game. But like, this menu kind of drives me mad a little bit. Especially when I have to do this after like a bunch of big sieges for just like one type of, it's like, come on. I should just be able to be like, yep, send it. Fucking send all of it. All right. We're also brewing drinks from plants now. Ugh. Speaking of plugging the corner, did we get her done? Just waiting on that. Okay, so that's going to take a little bit. We'll also try and get all those cleared up. And we'll bring you in to go trade with somebody else, which is about to happen. All right, so I have to admit, I don't think I've looked at the chat in the last 10 minutes. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for everybody who tuned in so far today. As always, if you are subscribed to Amazon Prime and you happen to have a Twitch Prime, just think about me when it's up. Because those do tend to help keep the channel funded in the grand scheme. But outside of that, just thanks for tuning in today. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you guys. In terms of Apple product design, I honestly feel like Cookie Clicker is one of, like, clickers are maybe some of the best examples of game, like, long-term clickers, like clickers that exist and have existed for a while and have had systems on systems on systems bolted onto them over the years, are maybe some of the worst when it comes to, like, feature creep and, like, UX design. But I do have to admit I've played too much Cookie Clicker. I've been good, though. I haven't launched it in a while. And shoutouts to those of you who have hats next to your name, because you're the real ones. You're the ones who keep the channel funded. Oh, wow. I didn't know it kept search terms from trade to trade. That's kind of nuts. Okay, we'll grab all those. I think I can just grab plants and leaves and fruit. Let's see, will that do her? Yeah, that'll do her. Barrels. Buckets. I'll buy the fish, because why not? Except they can't carry it because it's too heavy. So I'll buy their boulders. Booze! We're up to 730 booze, chat. But you're hatless? It's okay. You have glasses. They're not a hat, but it's like that one awkward time where you don't quite fit into my spiel. Are there ghosts right now? Probably, right? No, actually, there isn't. Round of beers, because I can actually say that now. Big round of beers in chats. Now that we're finally through the disgrace. By the way, did you guys hear the really fucking weird news? Apparently Limited Run did a limited run of Jaws the video game, which is actually like pretty normal for Limited Run, right? Like, out of all the news for video games, pretty normal. Like, Limited Run, that's what they do. They take weird old games that nobody asked for and they do reruns of them. So you can go buy it, right? But you know what they also did? They took Jaws the video game for the NES, which is kind of a weird mid-game in a lot of ways, and updated it and added a new gameplay loop and depth and features. So I don't know why, but they did. English, I need to memorialize. And Diamond withdraws from society. Percus, thanks for the 70 Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. We're Dorfin. Things are horrible. We have alcohol now for the first time in several years. It feels like several streams, actually. No, they didn't find cut content on the cartridge. They hired the original developer to add more stuff to it. Apple Pie replica. Like, they literally were like, yeah, here. So no, they did not. They, like, basically changed the progression of it entirely. So it's a little more, it's a bit of a, like, loop-based game now, where each loop you gain upgrades to make you stronger, and it references all of the Jaws movies instead of just Jaws. So no, they didn't find, like, cut content or anything. They literally, like, oh shit, it's busted up glass doors, kind of funny. They literally added new content to Jaws the video game. How was the stream, though, Percus? How's things? Welcome, Raiders. If you like Vintage Story, go follow Percus. That's the primary source of that type of content. Which, I did a sponsored stream for Minecraft yesterday. Which is fine, I got paid. But it was a weird little bit of a nostalgia boost for me. And I was like, man, I'm not getting the itch to play a game like this, am I? And then I bought Vintage Story this morning. So, yeah. I don't know, maybe I'll play that, we'll see. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, not quite. I'm not certain it's a good idea yet. I haven't decided. But we'll have to try it to find out. So I wouldn't quite say I'm let's go all caps yet. Especially because some twit stole my username. Even with different capitalizations. So literally unplayable. That's the one real takeaway I have. Grab the grub meets with another person. More logs. Diplomat could not complete meeting and left unhappy. Was that the one stuck in my well? I wonder. That's my guess right now. That was the one that was stuck in my well. Because there was in fact one stuck in my well for quite some time. Another Marksdorf is throwing a tantrum, although I think that's the dwarf that's hanging out in my prison kind of permanently at the minute. Okay, we're waiting for that to get built. And there you go. Okay, let's try and get that done. Sweet, now that's running. So I can get rid of you and can get rid of you. Now that the military can start to cool off a little bit. It would make sense why a fortress like this would have so many sources of water like this, because it's just, you know, there's lava everywhere. It's very musty in here. They need the breaks and the... Okay, let's just pause you and let somebody else take this task. Somebody who's had a drink recently. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Fully boozed up, I presume. Let's hope that they don't take the dumb route. Are you filling a pond? There you go. And there we go. You were asking me how I was going to refill my moat. That is how. It's quite literally all I can do. It would have eventually drained, and then I would have, like, refilled it, but... Gonna go nap? Well, you have a good nap. Hopefully we don't have another battle for a while. It's been a lot of battles back to back. Like, a lot of battles back to back. So hopefully we don't have to do another one for a bit. But now dwarves are going to go get drinks and are becoming euphoric due to inebriation. And are finally no longer working slowly due to its scarcity. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Where's that farmer's shop? Diamond the Miner has created an obsidian throne and offers it to the starvation of gluttons. That's going directly into the throne room. I know it's not a true throne, but don't mind if I do. You're back. How's the fort going? When did you leave? we've had like dozens more sieges than I would want. It's been a lot, dude. It's been a lot. Let me tell you. Just gonna take all of these dwarves and set them to off duty for the minute. Because they're all in shambles. We've been better, is maybe the best way to put it. Okay, I don't super duper care about my Marks dwarves, so we're just gonna go see if we can go take over some locations, because I've got some pissed off Marks dwarves. So we're just going to try and conquer and occupy. Stolen bands. Although, which squad are you a part of? This one. Okay, so that's good. Well, let's see. We've had, like, on average, a siege per season. For one thing. So that's been kind of a lot. So when you take the average of siege per season and, like, then add in the hard mode, it's been closer to, like, 2 sieges per season at this point. Point of view. Thank you very much for the brand new tier 1 subscription. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the brand new tier 1 subscription? Since we actually have beer now. So the Fortress has had beer for the first time in a stream and a half. Because we literally were under siege from like 9 different vile forces of darkness over the span of only a few years. This is an obsidian throne. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with wild boar leather and circled with bands of copper and pomelo wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of diorite, hyena leather. On the object is an image of a pair of nice nutwood trees. In obsidian, on the item is an image of Thigh-cut rope blunt, the dwarf and dwarves in agate. Thigh-cut rope blunt is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of Thigh-cut to the position of king of the Dip volcano in year 1. On the item is an image of dwarves in aquamarine. The dwarves are traveling. Artwork relates to the foundation of my home, Violent Thunder, by the starvation of gluttons in the early spring of 224. This fort's 14 years old? Jesus. Also, Suburbana? Suburb. Hello. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the brand new Prime sub? Seriously. Means a lot. I'm gonna close this off. I don't really want my walls to start flooding. I just kind of want this to fill up all the way and be ready to go for the next round of baddies. There's no more ale I can purchase, hey? Nope. It also appears that the migrants brought some animals that I can just murder, so we'll murder those. I don't think I'm particularly magic, but I'm glad that you like the fort's point of view. Let's see if I can get more tombs constructed now. Yeah, now we're talking. There's 23 of them ready to go because we're not getting like a 90% task speed debuff. I don't actually know what the debuff is, but dwarves work significantly slower when they're out of booze. It is absurd how much slower they work. When they haven't had booze. Let's get literally anybody else doing this. They're all up on the surface, eh? Let's set this to priority number 3 instead of 1. Because that well is kind of more mission critical at the moment. Also, they need to go drink alcohol. Go get yourself a drink. Yeah, I managed to get humans into trade. I was able to route the goblins just in time. So we're finally getting a season where we get to trade. And I have some really pissed off Mark's dwarves, so I've sent them out to go try and fight to try and take over one of the goblin strongholds. Because the population's pretty low. There you go. So this, once they've had alcohol in there, they've been euphoric due to inebriation, they're going to stop working slowly due to its scarcity. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. And now, when he goes back to digging, it'll be so much more efficient. Have you had a drink yet? Yes. So this is now all running at normal speed again, which is a first in a very long time. So did we end? There's no such thing as ending war in Dwarfort. At the minute, you cannot end a war once it's started. No, I killed that siege from the humans. It was just one siege. They've attacked me twice. I traded with 3 human factions unrelated to the ones that invaded me. I'm at war with 3 different goblin factions and 1 elven faction. So any of them could attack me at any time, basically. So no, to answer your question, we have not in fact solved or ended any wars. The only time wars end is when they literally have nobody left to send. Which doesn't really happen, generally. Okay, instead of what I was going to do, which is slowly go around and like add in traps, maybe I'll just do this instead. Like just throw in weapon traps with whatever is close and available periodically around the surface of the walls. In areas where they like to climb it, basically. Yeah, it's just like real life, Fraga. Well, actually, maybe more real than real life. Dwarf Fortress doesn't pretend it's easy. It just goes, yeah, no, you just can't do it. You just can't solve it. Once a war starts, you're just fucked. Although, supposedly with that bigger patch that Tarn's working on now, that's supposed to be dealt with, which I'm very keen to see. Personally, I would love to see sieges stop being a problem. These can all stop getting dumped now. Let's get rid of that first. Do this first. Very effectively as far as altering the volcano goes. Defending the fortress has been a journey, but things are improving now. I don't think my attempt to take over the Goblin Stronghold is being successful, though. Which is a bit of a shame, but what can you do? Cry and defeat, mostly. It's okay. That squad was super, super, super depressed. Maybe they'll be successful anyway. Who knows? I like how you would think that a Twitch chat command would do it. Or even just like make that as like a joke that would be a thing that could work. It's funny. How you doing, Letteran? All right, they've returned. How did the seas go? Clearly not very far. You're awake? Me too, I think. I was officially woken up when the fire alarm went off because apparently today was the monthly test, on top of everything else. Cybrek was struck down by a human. The Ocean of Lilacs. Lots of fighting with a human, various humans and goblins. Seems like they outmatched us, which doesn't super surprise me. We haven't attacked them in a long time. We haven't attacked them in a long time. Etur Owlrims was shot and killed by a goblin, and another dwarf was shot and killed. We also lost Cybrek. Honestly, not too bad. Considering it was only 3 that were taken out. I've got a chat that I gotta look at later. I've got a chat that I've got to look into later regarding a trip. I actually bought a flight this morning because I've got a planned trip this summer, and I had to buy a flight for it, and I just got a notification that prices are going up tomorrow for flights, so I was like, well, anyway, another vile force of darkness has arrived, and they're seeking a parley this time. We've been over questions like this many times. I have no way of answering it. For me, they've never hurt my FPS. They've only ever hurt my loading and saving times. At least in the last 5 years. Anyways, chat. Since I can't answer unanswerable questions, can I get a round of beers? We need some good luck. Because we live, we die, we live again. So to answer your unanswerable question, I don't know. Doesn't really seem to affect my frames. Your mileage may vary. You're going to dream some good luck on the fort and have a good stream. We'll see you when we see it, dude. Give water. Go get water from elsewhere, please. Just gotta get this closed. And you have a good night. There's something fighting down there. Don't even know what. Uh-oh. I'm sure now is a good time for a siege to happen, hey? It's a big old fight. That's always a good time, isn't it? And then the notice of dwarves dying begins. Wish us more luck if you haven't already, chat. Tyr the farmer's been found dead. Good, 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 good. Good, 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 excellent. Excellent. We're gonna have to recommit to the killing, the tantruming, or expelling them. At least that's back in place. All right, well, let's check the hospital doctor counts. Diagnose. Good, yep. So it's those two. At least none of these dwarves are currently... How do I put this? Purely stressed. Let's get that knocked down. Over to here. This is where the well should be. Just saw some drinks while you were AFK. Yep, we were able to get the humans into the fort for a siege, and then before a siege arrived, but now we've got a siege again. So we got hammer lords and many goblins, and they're seeking a parley, so they're giving us some time. Although, I'm looking at this location right here where they're all standing and going, I don't think we should accept or deny their parley. I think I should just enable the burrow, which I have. And I think we should just go over here and pull this. I mean, why would I accept their parlay? I mean, they're in the perfect spot. Can I get a big flow of lava, chat? If you're thinking what I'm thinking. Because I'm sure you are. And welcome back, Clockwork. Just like clockwork. We're truly saved if I can destroy this goblin siege. Because it'll all flow down into here and then just go directly towards them. If I can destroy this goblin siege without blocking the front door. If I can do that, the fortress is saved. Because then we'll get a full dwarven wagon trading caravan. And that's really what we're hoping for. An ad break is about to run, so I will pause when it starts. That's not possible, William Barnes, but funny to think about. You can't make leather out of a bronze colossus. Could you imagine, though? That'd be like a metal cloth. Sort of like, what's it called? Like an adamantine cloth. But bronze colossus. Did this siege have a big critter in it? No. There's no such thing as 2x2 critters. There's these guys, but they're not 2x2. They're still just one tile. Then there's also the battering rams. Yeah. It's just blind cave ogres. You might be thinking of the battering ram. Back in the olden days, crossbow bolts used to take up 2 tiles, just the same way the battering rams do now. I really, really hope that they wait for the lava to get to them. Just keep standing there, goblins. You know you want to. I think we can get a few more big lava walls, chat. Play those drums. Spread the lava. I think one of my favorite changes post the siege update actually was the new visuals for the blind cave ogres, because they used to look so derpy. Now they actually look threatening and scary. They're very like, they have a cave troll from Lord of the Rings, you know? I'm glad that no matter how mean sieges get now, they'll still just stand there and wait as the lava flows directly into them when they're waiting for a parlay. That warms my heart. And their faces, presumably. Like, they're trying to get out of the way, they're just not very good at it. Yeah, okay, now I think they're attacking now. I'm also going to just go to places and go siege engines and be like, boop, just in case one of them runs up there and I'm not paying attention. Especially because this is only like the far end of this siege. But it'd be real cool if we could just all of these. If we could just all of those, that would be real cool. Okay, well, we got one. Got one of the big guys. There's a good few of them there. Okay, yeah, you stay right back there. That's real good. Right there. You get all nice and blocked up. Perfect. That's the way we like to party. Stay Bernie. So I could turn off this wall of gurgles, but it might still flow enough to burn some more of them. So maybe I shouldn't. Like, if this cuts them off on this side before they begin the assault. All right, let's just convict crimes. One witness, no witness. One witness, no witness. No witness. Okay, that's fine. Because this side's getting shredded pretty consistently. Come on. Yeah, you just stay right there. Yeah, that's a very safe place for you to be. Yep. Mm-hmm. Just keep waiting. We're almost there with your artifact, goblins. I don't know. Chat, how do you feel about this? Do you think they should be smart enough to know that, oh, the dwarves are killing us. This isn't a mysterious lava flow. I mean, it's tiny, right, Darius? Because I'll be honest, I feel like a genius right now, and this is very rewarding because I put quite a bit of effort into this and they've been wrecking me. So the fact that they've just been like demolishing me and now I finally have the opportunity to give them some payback is just really, really gratifying and rewarding. But definitely is showing some holes in their like intelligence, you know? Well, I mean, why would I ever use a floodgate? Like, genuinely. Like, I haven't used a single floodgate in this fort. With the very simple reason being, floodgates can get blocked by a boulder, whereas drawbridges can't. So there's, like, literally no reason to ever use a floodgate. Like moving water, not 100% avoidant? Yeah, true. Some of them need to just be dumb goblin going, hey, I'm in danger. Proceeds to die, you know? All right, well, now they're completely blocked off. They have no way out. Now the problem is it's early autumn. And the reason that's a problem is I'm going to miss trading. I'm going to deny their parlay now and see if they attack. They do avoid danger once they're done with the parlay, though. That's the thing. Like, they're actually pretty good at walking around lava. That's why I've been having to pressurize it. When the parlay is done. So when there is no parlay, they're pretty good at avoiding danger of all kinds. It's just when there is a parlay that they're bad at it. But they also seem to very rarely parlay now. So... It's literally coming through the middle. Like, they're just completely surrounded by a circle of lava. That's very amusing. No way out. It's getting oddly warm in here, Captain. And these guys are like, what the shit is going on? And then suddenly my frame rate's like, oop, we bad now. It's probably the goblins realizing that they're stuck. Nope, nope. That actually solved itself. So if I flood that, that'll give me additional lava flow, which will burn additional goblin. More faster, more better. Coming from the middle over here, which will hopefully add on to this. I just maybe need to go right here and build another lava geyser over on this side. Why are you draining? Oh, it's literally from this side. Okay. Because they seem to show up down here quite a bit. Uh-oh. Man, things are kind of tough inside. These dwarves, like, having a rough week. Lots of blood. Hospital's busy, I bet. There's this very, very bloody... Oopsies. Couple of, blind ogres out there. Let's also just make sure everybody's in the burrow, because I think I got some new dwarves, yeah. Sending the Marks dwarves over to go kill those two. Where's the other one? Where's the other one? As well as a few Mineras down here. Dwarves go charging in. The majority of the goblins are still just over here on this little island, completely stuck. Which maybe isn't optimal, but I don't know, I'm not complaining, it's funny. I feel like these goblins should know that they're beat. I'm going to send all of the melee squads back home, and all of the ranged squads are going to get to do a firing squad on these goblins. Or maybe they're not. I don't know. You know what? No, they're not. That's a little bit too danger. I thought they were retreating for a second. Is a double spiral helix. Yeah, YouTube chat's talking about basically setting up things where the goblins or baddie falls into an area that they can't escape from and then have to climb back in repeatedly. Yeah, those are like forcing things through the same pathing repeatedly is a very effective way of dealing with an enemy like incursion into the fort. Yeah, I think we just need another lava chute down here. Hey, chat, investments are open. Remember, the more active the chat, the longer the stream will go today. And investments help with that. For those of you who care. At least seemingly for once, the world's news seems a little bit more benign last 24 hours. Swamp Things Thang, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. That's I don't know. What are we at for the day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That brings us up to 11 subscriptions on the day and no bits. But appreciate it. It's been kind of a quiet day again today. C'est la vie. You're almost out for the day. Really? I guess it's like 3 o'clock. Today's been really lurky, man. I don't know if it's because of the late start or what, but today's been super duper lurky. Okay, let's see if I can send my better Marks dwarves down there. I don't know what wait, when you say Nido, do you mean like needle? That's terrifying. I don't know what a Nido is, but I'm assuming you mean a needle. Well, I hope the dog is okay. I don't know what that is then. Silicone fidget toy with goo. Right. I am not in the market for fidget toys, so that's kind of outside of my realm of expertise, I gotta say. She's just exhausted. Yeah, that sucks. All right. Dwarves are getting to do some target practice now. I'm sure this will be pretty good for training. As the dwarves improve archery. What if I send the squads all over to here? Except I don't actually, because that's going to kill them on this side. What if we just let them in? I've lost most of my squads once more. So we'll just reassign them. Why are you all naked and not equipped anything? Am I out of stuff? I guess so. Let's swap you over to melee. Okay, so that should lower down the flow almost immediately and let them through, but this is going to keep draining in here for a little bit. But on this side, this is what I need to lower the flow down. Because this is just going to keep going down and down and down, and that's going to kill a bunch of dwarves if I send them around that way. It's a real shame that they had this pesky little island. It really is. Good news is they'll be able to path through here pretty soon. What's the fort's main trade good? Literally everything. Point of view. Literally everything. Whatever the fuck is closest to the, like, trade depot. I may also just start booting any dwarf who's in the squads that are causing problems out of the fort. Like you, I think, are going to get expelled. Are you breaking your own chain? That's wild. You can go to Rim Bears, I think. Go away. As soon as the siege is over, you can leave. And your sentence is over, you can leave. I mean, that's literally what's on the road. Like, just go look at the roadmap that Tarn has talked about, or listen to the most recent interview I did with him. He literally talks about exactly that. So that is the point of those new updates. Oh, that's the issue. You're firing bolt throwers. Like, why are you not equipping your shit? It's because you're firing a bolt thrower and too busy. Minkat, the engineer, begins to stalk and brood. Good luck there, dwarf. It's not a fell mood, it's just a foul mood. Which means they may go kill an animal. I think that's usually what they do for fell moods, or foul moods instead of fell moods. It's either an animal or an animal corpse. And I really hope that somebody finally finished these. I'm going to cry. Let's claim a butcher shop. Sounds about right. This is all one-ish deep now and starting to clear up. Grah, thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? Appreciate you. I hope that your stream was good today. What were you playing, if I can ask? Were you cutting? Were you ship renoing? Were you something elsing? If I happen to have any mods around, could I get a shout out for the Raiders? Please and thank you. I don't know what that is. Is that like sin and punishment? Seems like the Moneras are moving up the side of the wall over to this side now. For what purpose? That I do not know. It's more like the Kegerator Raiders for this chat, though, let's be real. I've got like 3 fronts I need to keep an eye on right now, so I'm just jumping around like crazy. So there's these guys going this way for some reason. Not sure why exactly, but they are. And I've got these guys that are still stuck in their little box, who are the ones that are moving the quickest. Which leads me to suspect that they're going to be the ones that leave the map immediately. But over here we play too much Dwarf Fortress, and sometimes chat lets me play other games. Currently, I'm defending against a goblin siege. I burned a lot of them quite quickly and ineffectively, so I'm pretty happy with that. But now we're just waiting for the lava flows that couldn't reach them to cool off so that they can pass through and then come and fight us. And hopefully we will turn them into a fine red sludge. Extra chunky, hopefully. That, or they're simply leaving off the map. Did that goblin just leave, or am I seeing things? I might be seeing things. All right, well, I don't know how you managed to catch fire there, but that's actually impressive. Like, actually, that is quite impressive. That he managed to catch himself on fire over here. Like, genuinely, I'm not sure how, but he did. Oh, man. If they actually end up going up this way, like, straight up this way, like, if that cools, there is a non-zero chance that I can just turn my geyser back on up here and just burn them again. Oh, nope, here they come. So let's do this instead. Let's see if we can catch them when they run through this walkway right here. Because these goblins are coming up and through. The Hotown Blues. All right, chat. I need a bunch of red squares or lava emotes if you happen to have them. Don't tell them that there's more lava coming, okay? They'll freak out. We wouldn't want to scare them. They're finally all getting regrouped. And now they're moving towards the fort. Although, I don't think they're going to go in the direction I want them to. No, they're not. Okay, I'll just go close that then. I was just making sure that they wouldn't go in the side door, of course. Very important. Don't mind all the blood that's in the fortress, by the way. It's part of the aesthetic. It's very expensive paint. Wait, update for which game? Gra? Let's just see if we can bolt thrower them to death. Because cleaning up a couple goblin bodies is pretty trivial at this point. It looks like they're retreating. Let's see. Yeah, this looks like they're retreating. Let's see, do they leave the map? Are they going back to whence they came? Nope, nope. Are they turning around again? Oh, that's unfortunate. Here I was getting all hopeful then. We were past the worst of it, but... Alright, well, if those very smart goblins once more try to forge my mountains and enter the edge of my fortress, we will have to enact an Operation Burninate and turn them into a fine sludge. And here we goes. So I'm going to pull this lever, which is going to make a lot of lava fly up into the sky, which is going to burn a lot of goblins. You're very mid at astronauts and you just want to build a ship that seems fun to live in and live in it. Oh, you just want the space life sim astronauts experience. I mean, I respect it. I feel that. But I feel like that's a game that probably just about everybody who plays it is probably mid at it. I don't even know how that one goblin died, but one goblin died without even, like, catching fire. Just became a body. Just, like, fainted to death. Where is the majority of these goblins anyways? Are they leaving now, finally? Nope. They really do not want to retreat. I mean, I gotta hand it to them for being consistent, but, like, guys, you're beat. You're not going to win this. I am going to give my soldiers a break, though. Like, seriously. Like, they aren't going to be victorious here. I feel like I could probably name a worse space game than Starfield. So I almost don't like being mean to poor old Starfield. It's like, man, what did Starfield do to hurt you so much? Did Starfield, like, steal your firstborn child or something? Like, man, just... You know what's scary? Is, like... Starfield pretty mid, yeah? Like, that's just kind of a fact. But I want Bethesda to continue existing just because, you know, historically of how important they've been and how, like, influential of, like, a development house they've been. But I think, like, the way of modern game development is pretty simple, and that is momentum is everything. The second you get any kind of bad press, and somebody is like, well, this game's cooked, you're just kind of fucked, and then nobody buys your game. And I'm kind of worried that the next Elder Scrolls is going to release and people are like, remember Starfield? And then 10 people are going to buy it and make it 30 minutes in and be like, it's just as buggy as the last one. Fuck this, I'm done. And then nobody's going to buy it and it's going to flop and Bethesda's going to cease existing and I'm going to be real bummed out. They're just going to occasionally license those games to like TV shows. But I think the aesthetic of that game was pretty peak, but that's about it. Everything else about it, yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, there's been no announced release date, but it will eventually release. Like, you can't tell me that they're never going to release The Elder Scrolls 6. Like, we all know that that game it will release one day. Will it be soon? Maybe not. But it will release. I'm also just going to go here and just say metal armor so that they can put clothing on at least. I think I just need to ignore that. I think I just need to close this gate. And just turn off the burrow for a little bit and set everybody to off duty and see if I can solve this fort. Because right now we are in dire straits. Well, you just got stuck outside. We'll just let that keep running. There we go. Another ghost has been put to rest. Just logged in. What happened? Yes. I've lost count of how many sieges we've had this last 4-hour period. It's like 5 or something. Although that's kind of what I built this fort to be. It was just like, this is a violent fort where all the wars happen. And yeah, that's what this fort has been. A violent fort where all the wars happen. You know, I lied. I'm actually just going to send the Mark Dwarves over here. Because there's goblins in a place I don't want them. And I'm just going to go up here and type in bars. Let's do 20 iron crossbows. Iron shields. Iron helms. Just please shoot these motherfuckers. Let's get those goblins turned into pin cushions. They look good in pin cushion format. Then you two, just run over to here. While that continues to drain, I think we've won. I don't expect these goblins to stay past this flame. I mean, just from the looks of things, I think this fight is over, chat. Just from the looks of things. If I had to bet, I think this fight is over. Do you think that Owlcat's going to replace BioWare? BioWare already has been replaced by BioWare. BioWare no longer exists. BioWare hasn't existed for some time. Bethesda still exists. You should start bleeding pretty soon. How are you just standing in this fire? And okay, there you go. Not catching fire, you did. And maybe this is just me, but Owlcat kind of makes different games than BioWare does, or did. Man, they're still attacking? Holy shit. Okay, well, you're leaving. That's good. Yeah, that's it. Siege is over, chat. We won. It's simply just these morons over here that we got to deal with. I don't know. I think that Owlcat, or just stating studio name here, is going to replace insert studio name here, is a bit of a stretch in general. One, because they're different people. Two, historically, they've made pretty different games. Like, yeah, you could say that BioWare made CRPGs at one point, but like, yo, it's been a while since they made CRPGs. So I don't know how much I actually agree with that. Just kind of on principle. They're a big old optimist? I guess so. I mean, like, if you want to, like, point at a studio and be like, they're replacing this, the only one that I could really think of is, at least, like, at that level of importance, is, like, Obsidian, because Obsidian still exists, and they're still putting out good stuff. I know some people get, like, weird about Obsidian's games. It's, like, and, like, don't give them enough credit. I think that, like, Avowed is quietly one of the better games that came out last year. But, like, I think that when it comes to like the RPG space and stuff, I don't think anybody really stands up to the old guard of like mainstream popularity, with the exception of maybe like Larian. And that's just like mainstream popularity, not necessarily like even success for the most part. So you got excited for that? Yeah, I don't know much about. I kind of missed Outer Worlds 2 releasing, unless you mean the first one. In which case, that is why studios are shutting down and failing these days. If you still haven't played the first one, because like the reality of these games is like, in order for these studios to continue existing, people need to play the games and not be patient gamers. And as a patient gamer, you know, that's the reason a lot of these games and companies cease to exist, is because like they can't afford to function if people don't buy the games when they're new, because that's what they're budgeted for, which sucks, but it is what it is. Okay, you just go pump this. Patient gaming is the best. And that is why no studios like the ones you're talking about will continue to exist, because none of those, like, things like getting games for free from Epic or waiting for a game to be deep on sale is not what keeps studios funded. What keeps studios funded are pre-orders and, like, initial early sales. Being a patient gamer, while for the consumer it's a good thing, for any kind of studio, it honestly just means that they're not making money. You're just participating in the marketing of the next project. You're not participating in the financing of the current projects. There's this running joke that I have with a real life friend of mine, Rat Radis. Also, hi, it's good to see you. That Star Citizen will go bankrupt the day they release their game, because releasing their game is going to undermine all of their business model. Like, they will shut down as a studio when their game releases, because they will no longer have any funding to continue developing their game. Which is kind of terrifying if you think about it, but also sort of makes quite a bit of sense. I'm trying to actually get a well running, because this is an unacceptable format You've been at uni and studying and camping. I also, like, don't hate Star Citizen as much as some people do. But I've been over this. This is a well-known fact about me. Like, as far as crowdfunded projects go, they're doing a lot of the crowdfunding stuff right. Like, could they be better? Almost fucking certainly. But, like, at the very least, they are keeping their studios in places where rent is cheap. They are trying their best to, like, communicate as well as they goddamn can with their existing audience, whoever that actually is. You know, they try to communicate and be direct. And there's a lot of crowdfunded projects out there that are terrible at that side of it. So you're still having a blast? Totally. I don't know. If you've got a high, it's kind of the Dwarf Fortress of big space MMOs, you know? Like, you know, there's been plenty of examples of, like, games just suddenly shutting down or, like, running out of money due to, like, weird funding schemes. Yet somehow, as awful as the business model for Star Citizen is, they're still funding that thing and people are still playing it. And for the most part, people seem relatively happy with it. Could it be better? Most certainly. Could their business model be better and fairer? Absolutely. But when it comes to crowdfunded projects like that, they're not the worst. Or even, like, weird, overly ambitious indie projects, they're far from the worst. All right, so these are just going to become 3 different water sources. And then this is going to cease being a water source. Oops, not that. This over here is going to cease being a water source. We're just going to wait for this to fill up because we're basically down into here now. That'll fill up first. And then I can go over here, fill that in. Yeah, I didn't want to say Ashes of Creation, but, you know, I'll be honest with you. I didn't realize that Ashes of Creation was a different game than Arcade. I thought that that was, like, some spin-off of Arcade until, like, that game shut down. Just because aesthetically it looked so similar. Like, everything about that game just looked like Arcade. To a point where I was like, huh, wait, hold on, this isn't Arcade? Because Arcade did come back at one point, and so I was pretty much completely convinced that that game was just Arcade for most of its existence. Was I just building with... Oh, shit. I was using the wrong tool. There we go. Heavily inspired. Uh-huh. That's what all thieves say. Heavily inspired by the great work of the people who came before me. I'll have you know that I have a new collectible card game and video game franchise that I would like to announce. It's heavily inspired by great works of other creators. I'm calling it Brokemon, and it's Pokemon, except they're all broken. Inspired, they say. An engineer's gone stark raving mad. That was the dwarf who went into a foul mood. Why don't you just play this game, Point of View? We can help. We have cookies. Well, I don't currently, but could. I could go make some. Gatherick the Magic? I don't know. I could have come up with something better. Although, in a world where Digimon exists, I'm sure I could get away with it. You heard of Palworld? I can't be on the side of Palworld. I know that Palworld is like the funky underdog, but the guy that started Pocket Pair, the studio, is kind of not somebody whose work I would like to defend in general. But before he started Pocket Pair, he was a crypto bro and has had some like really shitty things to say about game development and game developers over the years. Speaking of stealing ideas, where it was literally just like, there's no original ideas left, there's no original art left, and it's a waste of time to try to make original art, and you should just steal everything you can until you get in trouble for it. So yeah, I kind of can't get on the side of Palworld. Like, I gotta be honest. Just, even though, like, I understand why people do. Like, it makes sense why people get on the side of Palworld, but I just can't do it. Go kill those goblins, please. That being said, I think that Nintendo's patents are bullshit, but I also don't really care if things are just like a blatant parody of something, but it's the fact that that's not the first game that they've made that's just like, hey, it's a survival game, but it looks suspiciously similar to a Nintendo franchise. Because they also made Craftopia, and then which looks suspiciously similar to Breath of the Wild. And then when Palworld like took off and started making a bunch of money, they immediately abandoned Craftopia, which is like, I don't know, dude. Like, there's something about that studio. It's like, there's definitely like, you know, as I said, the indie underdog, or the small little studio that could attitude there, which I respect and can get behind, but I have a really hard time defending Pocket Pair, or like being on the same side of them ideologically in kind of any way. No, absolutely. Like, I disagree with Nintendo's patents as well, but Nintendo is also currently suing the United States, which there's a lot of litigious things that Nintendo does where I'm like, hey, that's unnecessary, or like patenting of things where it's like, oh, that's like extremely anti-consumer and awful. Like, as like a company, they are maybe the most fucking shitty Disney corporate of anybody in games by like a long shot. That being said, in the case of Pocket Pair, I get it. Like, I don't agree with their patents at all. Their patents are fucked. But also, I think they got denied those patents, at least in North America, so at least some legal, what's the word, roadblocks still exist. Basically, what I'm saying is, I agree with, like, the right for Palworld to be a parody game that exists, and I agree with them for making it and think that they should be able to make it. I think Pocket Pair sucks. Like, and the founder of that studio sucks. I think the quotes coming out of that studio kind of suck. And I think both of those things can be true. Yeah, but the fucked up thing about that patent, though, Sergeant Donut, is they've had that patent in Japan for a while. Like, that patent isn't new. That's the actual kind of fucked up thing about it, is it's not a new patent. They only filed to get it in, like, North America. Like, that's the part that's new. Okay, I got fuck tons of andesite. Let's just get some andesite around the edge of this to focus the flow of this lava over here a little bit. And I realize that not all of these placements are going to work, and that's okay. I can build around it as we go. Because I'm not going to have a ton of time, but we'll use what we got. I'm thinking... Let's just dig down there again. What I'm going to do with this is I'm going to basically go down to it maybe around here. And then put like a big pond so that I can sort of fill that up with lava. And use that as a lava flow. Let's get you into crossbows with metal armor. And actually, I'm just going to do a thing real quick. We're going to get attacked now, aren't we? If only there was an outcome where they both lose. I want to say those companies are a bit too, how do I put this, international for that to happen. Basically, like, the only thing like the US or North America could do is block the patent, which happened. So Nintendo loses because Pal World continues to exist, and they didn't get the patent in North America. It got blocked. So that kind of is the best outcome. Outside of that, everything just is in Japan, and that's all up to Japan. The only funny part about that is I'm looking like Zangief from Street Fighter. But can I just say that, like, maybe this is just my opinion, but I don't really care if politicians cheat on their spouses. Like, it's really none of my business. Like that is like it. That's not what I need out of a politician. I need them to uphold the law and do their job. That's the issue. Especially when it comes to like consumer rights and, you know, basic functioning. Okay, how are we doing on bolts? Not very well. Bars. Let's just do copper crossbows. Let's just do 20 copper crossbows. And what else do we have? 179 iron, silver, bronze, brass, steel. Steel bolts. Iron bolts. 100. 20. No, not 2. 20. Why would they follow the rules in office? Because I don't think that the rules at home should be valid. I think people should be permitted to live their lives. And if you're not happy with your partner, you should be permitted to leave your partner. And sometimes the paperwork takes a lot of time to fill out. But it's fun to gossip about. I just don't particularly care all that much. I don't think that those two things are necessarily equal. There's different types of rules for different types of situations. I think that if somebody isn't happy with their partner, they should be entitled to leave them. Period. But, you know, that's also one of the most, like, you can just agree to disagree things in the world. Especially when it comes to the current state of the world. I've got like, sieges fluster me so much more than they used to because of the game's changes over the years. Like, sieges, I used to just be able to, like, stone face, like, not even worry about it, like, not even break a sweat. And now it's like, a siege comes in and I'm just, like, immediately start sweating. Like, I just become the guy from Tropic Thunder, just wiping off, like, a fountain off of my forehead. Actually, no, I need to go over to here and pull that. How's the rocket ship doing? That's real world talk we can discuss. I downloaded a bunch of photos from NASA's Flickr account last night, which is a website I forget exists until NASA posts on it. Did they ever get logged into Outlook? That was like the first thing I heard about the Apollo, or no, not Apollo, the Artemis rocket, Artemis 2, was that they couldn't log into Outlook. Frozen Peak continues to be funny. Okay, that's only funny if I know, so please explain. Do elaborate. I'm listening. Well, reading. Yeah, I posted a picture on Discord, Majestic, in YouTube chat of the moon, and immediately got a response in the Discord chat. That's no moon. Wait, no, like, actually, that's literally the moon. Like, that is our moon. That's no moon. It's our moon, and you can't take it from us. Is the toilet still fucked? That's amazing. I mean, of all of the things that could go wrong, that's maybe one of the least bad. I'm sure there's some health problems with the toilet malfunctioning, but I'm gonna expel you. Good luck, dwarf. When I find dwarves that are too depressed to move, I will move you to greener fortresses. Okay, why are you still doing this? You guys should be on the other armor. Let's put you onto melee. There we go. That's solving this. I thought I already swapped these back. And then let's do iron high boots. Iron high boot. I'll just do 30. Let's go over here. Just melt down everything in this. Not that or that. I literally just poop into the vacuum of space as it has plenty of space. Well, it's true, but like if like the vacuum gets plugged, you've got a problem. It's better than wearing diapers. The tank got too cold, so it couldn't eject into space because it froze. So, who designed that toilet and have they done any interviews yet? I want to hear that tell-all. Yeah, they also want the water back from the waste. Okay, that's pretty bad. That's unfortunate. We're watching the NASA live stream with the crew, and Trump told the Canadian astronaut that he talked to Wayne Gretzky and Mark Carney. You know, he's just so, not to talk about Trump, but Trump is starting to sound like the grandpa who, or by grandpa, I mean just old dude who lived on my street, who used to just say that he knew a bunch of famous people to seem more impressive than he is. He's literally just like, what are a list of Canadian celebrities I know? Spoke with this person and this person and this person specifically on your behalf. Like today, definitely, yes. And they're very proud. Like he's fucking turning into... Maybe not turning into, but... It'll be very funny in 35 years, let me put it that way. Most of the astronauts refused to talk to him. They just let it. I heard a clip from it because I didn't listen to it because I haven't been watching the NASA live stream. But I did hear a clip where they weren't sure if he was still on the line. It's like, did you fall asleep, Mr. President? Dementia? Oh, absolutely. 100%. 100%. Let's just open and close this briefly. We're in an ad break and I didn't even notice. Nyum. Just send out some lava and then close it. Just periodically do that. Man, are we actually going to get like 2 seasons of no evil murder mobs? Although with the lava kablooey upgrades, we have absolutely managed to minimize deaths from the last 2 sieges. We had way less deaths. So that's good. What are you doing? Sleeping? That's fine. You like the color shifted photo of the moon that got released that shows all the different ores on the surface of the moon? I don't think I've seen that one, actually. That does sound interesting, though. Also, that is maybe the most Dwarf Fortress coded thing I've seen somebody say about the moon. I like the one that shows all the different ores on the moon. Of course you do. Watching the Dwarf Fortress stream talking about ore on the moon. All right, well, good news is, are there any ghosts? Not at the minute. Oh my god, are we actually all caught up? Oh my word. I'm finding this kind of hard to believe, but we may actually be mostly caught up. I think people read sci-fi and go, is cool, definitely reality, and then forgets that it's fantasy in most cases. I mean, it wouldn't be profitable, but I do like the idea of having, like, you know, drones on the moon that are, like, resourceful enough to be able to build facilities on our behalf out of resources on the moon, but I also am very much, at this point in my life, kind of a doomer when it comes to, like, space and stuff. Like, I think it's cool to follow because space is cool. Like, no, I can't deny that. But at the same time, I think it's also, like, how do I put this? pointless. Like, I kind of don't see the point, really. Like, I have a very hard time getting excited about it, personally, just because, like, we need to fix the planet that we're on at the minute. But it's nice to get some new photos of space. I'm doing all right, Modern Jester. Yourself? A little bit warm today, but aside from that, doing okay. Should probably drink some water, actually. It's become too private. Yeah, I mean, if it was just NASA, I think it would bug me less. Like, I'm all for, like, telescopes, you know? I'm all for sending up satellites that benefit society. But, like, I also then look at the heat maps that come out of the constant launches that, like, are completely irrelevant, that aren't benefiting society. And then go, these rockets are warm, yo. So, I think, like, for everything where I'm just like, yeah, that's cool and beneficial and neat, and, like, we should keep doing that. There's, like, 3 things that we're also doing in space where I'm like, that is a complete and total fucking waste of time, resources, energy, effort, money. Why are we sending William Shatner to space? Stop. I don't even like Will Shatner. He should be in the old folks' home or hanging out with his grandkids, if he has them. Billionaire made slightly more money. I mean, that happened, like, that happens all the time, man. Like, we already live in that reality, but, like, can we just go back to putting them into, like, submarines that explode instead of putting them into rocket ships that just explode our atmosphere? That's my that's my true request about billionaire tourism. Oh boy. Ultra plunged? That is definitely the name of an automated toilet plunger. A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the Minera Jiklash Ultra Plunged. Beware their heavily armored, skilled mounted goblin spearmen. Indeed, Corey. And this one isn't waiting for a parlay. Let's cancel all jobs. Let's get rid of both of those. Let's pull that. Get that bridge closed. Let's go here, go places, go siege engines, open fire. Watch everybody run back inside. Come on, dwarves. Seasonal? More like tri-seasonal. It's a lot more than seasonal, trust me. Is that a... I don't know what you're gonna go pick up, but if you insist. Dwarf comes running up. That means you're running away from something scary. I saw a bolt appear. There they are. An ambush, Kirsten.
This is madness!
Madness? Hey, I know it's madness, Hobo, but could you please do me a huge favor and post a bunch of Vile Force of Darknesses? Yeet. That'd be cool. Turn around there, dwarf. Appreciate you, Hobo. There's a lot of really good James Cameron, who's also kind of another insufferable wealthy man, quotes about submarines. Just because he's like actually a submersible expert, I guess, if you want to call them that. No, look, that's where the firing squad begins right there. But there's a lot of really good quotes about that submarine from James Cameron that are worth reading. Uh-oh, there's one of my dwarves who's walking with a duckling, getting chased away. Who is this? It's Votok the Metal Crafter. Let's get you into squad mode. And then you took a nap. Well, that's unwise. Oh my god. Did you just get injured? Yeah, you did. I was thinking maybe, witch vomits. So, unrelated to anything. I know a band named Witch Vomit. There's a local metal band here named Witch Vomit. And this one's Witch Vomits. It's like, hey, I know that band. I'm not even saying that as a joke. Like, I've literally seen them twice. They fucking go hard. They're great. The dwarf who took a nap died, so that's unfortunate. All right, well, let's give them the good old gurgle gurgle. Bolts are flying, so uh-oh. That is not a very smart thing to be doing. I respect the hustle, but okay, well, some of them are able to make it through. But now there's a bunch of lava right there, so you might want to turn around real quick there, dwarves. Or you're just gonna go flying and be a hero. And probably burn in the process. Or not. Yep, you did. Rest in peace, Dorfus. Was it worth it? I don't think so. And then one more goblin comes up, and Odom takes care of it. Yeah, you should go to individual combat drills, is what you should be doing. Where are most of these siegers? They're all over there. They're all right there, hey? Well, let's go over here. Plug this. And let's take a real quick peek. Where can I prioritize? This is what I can prioritize. Hit that, pull this. Give him a big ol' dwarfy surprise. It's not going to go as fast as it normally would, but it is still going to go pretty quick. Because they're coming down here and they're all like, we're going to climb in. And I'm like, no, you ain't. No, you ain't. Oh, no, you ain't. No, you ain't. You ain't doing no such thing. You might want to, but better bark up a different tree, goblins. Except for the dragons. Actually, I'm pretty sure they're lava-proof. I don't think the dragons will burn. I don't think the dragons will burn. Got another ghost as well. Yeah, no, the dragons are in fact lava-proof. Goblins, fortunately for us, are not. So there goes a whole bunch of goblins. Meanwhile, most of them are still all the way down there. And are kind of in one of the more awkward places to get to. So I think I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to close you. I'm going to go down below to you right here. And close that. And open this. So this right here is going to fill up, which will take a minute. But once this is filled up, it'll then start pushing this way and filling the moat, which is just going to start overflowing it everywhere. But this... Where the hell are you going? Good luck. Is where they're probably trying to attack. Exactly, Zemodier, you got the right idea. Run away. That's precisely what these goblins should do, but I don't think they're going to, for some reason. I kind of wish they would sometimes. It would make my life a lot easier. I'm just not hopeful that that's going to happen that way. Okay, so let's hope that that gets done quicker than it would otherwise. There you go. They've picked, like, the one spot that I really want to have, like, a chute going down to. Because that's one of the spots that they tend to just sit in for forever. These guys have scouted over to this side, which... Good luck with that. They're going to come flying up that cliff in a second, I think. Basically, they need, like, these to disappear. And then they'll have a direct route. We just need to burn most of the goblins. I don't... Man, occasionally these guys are just firing out stuff. I'm gonna rotate the siege weapons. So let them go get a break. Rotate in the siege weapons. I've got so many crimes. It's all Sodell. Just gotta beat the crap out of these dwarves. Except for the ones that have no witnesses, then there's not much I can really do except for try and micro it, but I'll be honest, I don't really care about microing it. I'd much rather just deal with the ones that are for sure things and fire lava at the rest of these. Maestorf has been missing for a week. Well, that I can deal with. Hopefully this fort isn't too hard to follow, chat. If it does start to get hard to follow, just let me know, yeah? And then I'll try and slow it down a little bit or lower the frame rate or something. Oh, I have a feeling a new route for pathing just opened up because the game hitched pretty heavily down to 10 frames a second. And then they figure it out. These guys are still chilling down there. Wonder how the outer lava's doing. Oh, it's getting there. Still got a ways to go, but... Oh, here they come. I don't know how that dwarf ended up all the way the hell over there, but he must have been out there for a while. All right. Here come the goblins, chat. Oh, and the ghost. Mark's dwarves and bolt throwers fire out bolts. My really dumb dwarves decide to charge, and I'm not sure why. I'll just tell them to station. Maybe they'll actually listen. They've been worse about running in. There's just got to be like better gear that they're trying to go acquire that's all the way out in the map somewhere. I need to go out and forbid everything once more. It's really what I need to do. So I think I'm actually going to do that. I don't like running my fort like that, but if I have to, I will. Oops, that should be unforbid. All right. Here come goblins charging into the fort. Up the ramps, bolts flying down the ramps at the goblins, and now the question is, will the goblins make it in? This is a High Master Spear Gob who kills somebody. And a child. Lovely. Corey Fancy Pants, I got bad news. You're now Corey Splatsy on the floor Z. I'm also going to go up to here, and I'm going to turn on the cart cannons. At least you were here to witness your death. Could have been worse. You could have missed it. Are they even going to attack me? Guess after this squad finishes trying to fully penetrate the Thunderdome. There goes a bunch of lava, and this goblin's having a very rough day. But survived. Didn't get deaded. Uh-oh. This seems bad. It must have been infections? I'm not actually sure. Are we running? Oh, I see what we're doing. I see what we're doing. I know why I enabled these two. Just remove all these from the burrow for the moment. Dwarves are trying to go places they really shouldn't be with the burrow. And that's a bad idea generally. Is there goblins down here? Nope. I could just send... Not sure. Whoop, well, he fell. You get to walk back around now. I think we'll just close this gate. And then crush whoever's inside. Because they're shredding my dwarves. Queen's still alive, which is incredible. Man, they're way too good at dodging. Alright, come on. Let's just wait for that gate to shut. There you go. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if the dwarves can finish off the last of the goblins who are left in this little tunnel way down here. Man. They barely took out that last goblin. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal. Okay. Where's the majority of them still? They're all out here. Let's close this. Let's close this. And open you. Oh, you got plenty of kills, trust me. Or you did plenty of notable things. I don't know about kills, actually. Because you were a blacksmith, right? I'll see what I can see. Snail got into a fight in there. Man, this is like so long. Doomed Hammer got into a fight. Still alive, though. What's the actual kill count of some of these dwarves? Like my elite Marks dwarves, like Sharast here. Still worked with 5 kills. Loki here, Captain of the Guard. 2 notable 20 others. Jesus. Jesus over here. 8 notable kills and 41 others. Moses. Similar. Lycott. None. You're still very green. Making progress. slowly. Why is there so many rats right there? Holy shit. Not a big fan of that, actually. So we are blasting lava over the edge here, which will maybe flow down and hit them? I don't know. Yeah, Loki's been alive for a while. And has been surviving kind of a lot. Speaking of surviving kind of a lot, my squads really aren't doing that well. My military is kind of wavering and collapsing again. Let's hopefully get them fully armed, at least in here. This may actually very well be going for my front door, but they'll never make it. They'll never make it. They're nowhere near intelligent enough to make it to my front door. They will gurgle on lava long before. Long before. Come on, goblins. Just get tripped up by a little bit of a lava flow. You can do it. You can do it. I have faith in you. Standing precisely where I need you to. Precisely when I need you. And I'm just going to turn off the lockdown spot for a second here and just go see how many dwarves are going to go. Haul dwarves to tombs, and because that is shut, I'm also going to give the siege engineers a break. Let's see if we can get that ghost dealt with. Because we do have a little break here. And here go the incredibly intelligent, well-practiced and rehearsed, incredibly well-trained, clueless morons that we refer to as goblins. And their flawless plan of how to assault the fortress with a battering ram. See ya. Here we have goblins in their natural habitat, sitting waist deep in a puddle of lava. You know, I don't think this is actually going to... I need to actually dig a trench down the middle of this for this to actually be useful. But there is a non-zero chance that they try to attack us now, based on where they're heading. The salt of the earth? I don't even know about that. Let's just go through here, clear out all that, all the way up to there. Just get rid of all this crap from in the front door. There we go. We have got some dwarves putting dwarves into tombs, getting their bodies put away. All right, let's stop pumping lava and see where the goblins go. Just let the dwarves chill out inside for a bit. Sir, you dropped some of your lava. It's okay. It was an intentional spillage. We're creating a lava feature. It's like a water feature, you know, something that people put on their front lawn, like a fountain, but with lava. Even the goblins don't seem to mind. I mean, come on. Yeah, it's a lava fountain. I mean, you lava a fountain, right? It's like a lava lamp, but bigger. Looks like they suddenly started moving with a bit more purpose. We're in an ad break, but we're just waiting for these goblins to assault the fort. Into a dwarf fortress and they erupt a mountain at you. I mean, I have to say that Violent Hunger, the name of this fort, has started to take on multiple meanings. It's Violent Hunger in that, like, the dwarves are violent because they hungy, or they hunger for violence, but also, we're literally just throwing a volcano at the enemy every time they attack. Like, this, if the population was like 200 solid, this would be a more epic fort. Back-to-back sieges? Dude, we haven't had a season without a siege since summer last year. Like, it's the year 238. Summer, year 237, we had 3 sieges. Also, the game's frozen, so they're thinking real hard about their pathing right now, so we're gonna have to give the game a second. Also, unrelated to anything, I'm sweating buckets. I'm gonna go put some shorts on. All right, there we go. Hey, the frame rate figured itself out. That's good. All right, well, the lava up here should be slowing, so that's going to help with the goblins' pathetic attempt to assault the fortress. And this up here should permit access. Within reason. And I think I'm going to reassign the burrow and re-enable the siege engines and open up the gates once again. Now, of course, the real question. Will they actually attack? Will they find a way in? They're certainly considering their options as the game locks up again. Game's locked up, so now we wait. You could do a Vile Force of Darkness if you wanted, chat. It'll be fine. It'll come back. It's just thinking. Let the game think. Give it some time. It needs a break. You know, sometimes I need to get up and use the toilet. Sometimes Dwarfort needs to put the frame rate down to 0. Or what are the frame rates? Set the frames to imaginary. Only the vilest mugs, hobo. Doobie-doobie-doo. There we go. It's back, see? Easy! Honestly, you don't have to be worried until this number goes down to 0. Frames are us? Is that like a Michaels competitor? Or Frames are I? It's like the singular version of Toys R Us, but with photo frames? Where did all the jabberers go? All right. The Jabberers have found their way. Hold on to your butts, chat. So is it just me or did the music get louder? Maybe I turned up my my thingy without thinking about it. But I haven't really changed the volume. Uh-oh. Oh, that's just an outpost liaison. Not me. Not one of mine. How about you? Oh, you are one of mine. All right, well, go be dumb. Go die. Don't say I didn't warn you. And if you make it back in, then yay. Wait, never mind, they're leaving. At least those, the Jabberers were. Huh. Okay, so that's one squad of them down. I mean, the liaison dwarf went the correct direction, so honestly, I think he's probably fine. Are they leaving? Yeah, they're leaving. It kind of looks like they're leaving. Like, are you going to leave right now? No, you walked back in. It looked like he left. I was seeing things. No, the outpost liaison dwarf, like, as bad of an idea as leaving right now is, chose the right direction to leave. So he basically went, like, east and the enemies are west. Although it turns out I've actually got a few dwarves that are doing it dumb right now. Where's there a bunch? Oh, there's a bunch of unforbidden stuff down here. Just gonna go down here and forbid it all. Very effective bait. I don't even know how that dwarf died. Died somehow, that's for sure. All Jam Fry, thanks for making me, or helping me make more than $20 today. I'm not complaining because we did that sponsorship thing yesterday, but it's a good thing we did it. It's probably going to be the majority of the money this week, it's looking like. So thank you for the gifted membership, but just remember that is not the most efficient way to support the channel. If you want to support the channel efficiently, go to blindirl.com/support to see all of the different places and the different splits. You've not seen a siege give up without attacking. Buddy, they attacked. And I've already killed more than half, like at least half of them. I got attacked by 2 huge waves of goblins right at the beginning of this siege. That's why there's so many bodies at the front. Like, all of this is here because this was part of this siege. So, no, trust me, they've attacked. Those skeletons would have been cleaned up already if they hadn't. You thought this was a new siege? Yeah, no, it's still, this is the same siege that attacked me at the beginning of winter. Are they attacking now? Fucking finally, if they are. You lazy twerps, dig into the fort already. Christ. You can stop holding your butts. I think they're just gonna hang around for a while and not actually do anything interesting. Well, I don't know, guys. That's why we need long-range trebuchets? No. Not really. It's actually more like why I need to turn down the difficulty. I'm not gonna go fight them. And they're not coming to me. So I don't know, lads. I don't know. I think I'm gonna call it. I don't think I'm entertaining. I think this sucks. So I think I'm gonna call it, chat. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. I will be back tomorrow, normal time, instead of super late like today. I'll update Legends at some point after stream, and you know where to find me. Talk to you later.